Hello again, Struck welcome back. We will be streaming some more Wolcen today. So I will be going back on my high level character, my not high but the max level character, the level 20. And I will continue my hunt for unique items before the wipe. So we have 4 more days until the online servers shut down, which I'm assuming since they are not saying anything about any options to download the characters online to use them offline, I'm assuming that's when we would kind of get our stuff wiped. So then it would be offline for only for 2 weeks. We'll see how that goes. In the meantime, yeah, hopefully we can find some stuff I've not seen. And there are things I need, like a belt that I've never seen, there's a helmet I've never seen drop for me, then there's a chest piece I've never seen drop for me. So it's not like there aren't things to farm, so we'll see how it goes. In the meantime, just quickly checking if the stream is working properly, and I think it is. I think everything's set up well. So let's go right into the game and do some farming. Also, if you need some items, I wouldn't mind sharing some of the wood I've got here. And I do have a lot of wood to share. So all of those uniques here on this page are up for grabbing. Are things that I don't really need and I could give to someone. And on this page, the only two things I don't think I can give away would be those things. So all of those here are also for giving away. And most of the legendaries I can also give away. So if you're missing some pieces and you want to just test some builds, you want some uniques, let me know. I'll try and hook you up with some of mine. Alright, in the meantime, let's try and sell the stuff I don't need. As you can see, last time I played on this character, I played that Shadow Rogue, so I'm gonna play a bit with it again. And then I'm probably gonna switch to a better build, more suitable for farming stuff. Let's give them fire resistance. Let's give them maybe... I'm not using projectiles. Might as well get this. And am I using sacred damage? I don't think so. Okay, so let's give them sacred resistance. Let's give them those modifiers and go. If anyone needs help, by the way, with some stuff, let me know. Okay, I forgot I had to hold the button for this one. It's interesting, I somehow managed to get my stun from Sovereign Shout and everything to cast without hearing the effector, without hearing the skill, without hearing this one, the shout and seeing the shockwave, and I still managed to somehow get it to get cast while doing the... So I think what happened is I cast it and somehow I replaced the animation with another skill. Nice. And by the way guys, I would have been streaming a bit earlier today, but last night there was... Well, not last night, but let's say this morning, early in the morning, there was a stream, Torchlight Frontiers, not official, but officially endorsed stream. And I tried kind of to catch it, since I did wake up very early in the morning. I woke up in around 5 something in the morning, because I went to bed early. Then I watched this stream, and then I went to bed after the stream shortly. And yeah, kind of been sleeping until recently, so if anyone was expecting me to stream earlier, apologies for the delay. But we've got a lot of time today to stream. Until the end of the stream we've got plenty of time. It's like roughly 5 PM and we can stream until like midnight or a bit after midnight. So plenty of time until then. Plenty of time, and hopefully some uniques will drop from the ones that I want to test before it all gets wiped out. I don't know exactly how many uniques are in the game, but I know there's at least 4 that I've never seen drop for me. And they're pretty rare, like that skull helmet, the armor that makes our attack supply weakness as well, and converts the force shield into health. I think armors that convert force shield into health for a tank build would be amazing, because there's a lot of shields that can give you force shield. And there's a lot of other gear that could give you some force shield and stuff like that. Even rings for force shield, and those gloves that give you force shield, the healing ones, the tank gloves. So more things for a proper tank build. I think with the armor that gives us force shield conversion to health, we can get shit tons of HP. Maybe 8,000 HP or something like that is kind of how I'm thinking we can do. Oh, is it glitching out on me? Well, might have to go to the town. It doesn't let me continue further. Those glitches. Okay. Material, no. Oh, let's try again. Hopefully it lets me keep digging further and further. I'm gonna be doing a depth though. I really don't feel like doing something more difficult today. Oh. Just cheating and trying to get those uniques. Well, I'd rather give them fire resistance. I accidentally clicked this one. Frost resistance. I do some frost damage, so let's try again. Right, curse chance seems legit. Then do I do toxic damage? Oh, toxic I don't do. Okay, I can give him toxic resistance then. And burn chance is fine. Lightning damage is fine. Alright, a bit of sacred damage then. And let's see. Need to get the rage going first. Alright, once we get the rage going from the start, it gets easier to keep attacking. Okay, I'm loving this this setup. It's definitely not something you want to be using for pushing, but it's so fun to use for some of the war content. Pretty mobile as well. And can't wait, man. So stoked about this game's launch. And if I'm right, if I read the in between the lines yesterday, or more like today this morning when I was watching the Torchlight Fun Day stream, I'm assuming I would have some time to play Torchlight before this game, Torchlight Frontiers before this game launches after Torchlight Frontiers Update 10. So if I'm reading between the lines properly, that would mean the update is coming tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but next week. Like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, next week probably for update 10, and then I'm gonna be able to enjoy a little bit of Torchlight Frontiers before the Wolcen launch. And I do have some things planned for Torchlight Frontiers as content for all of you once update 10 hits us. For every class, content for every class. Builds won't come right away because I wanna get a lot of levels before I start making builds for Torchlight Frontiers with the new skills. My focus would be on builds that include the new skills together with the new relic weapons, but we do know relic weapons are kind of like an extra flavor, and most builds can be used with any relic weapon even right now, even in the current state of Torchlight Frontiers. And I've also got content planned for Wolcen when it launches. Also got some things already thinking of making once the Wolcen launch hits us. So we'll be busy. Can I teleport from here? Let's see. Oh, I can. Nice. Alright, let's go and grab the boss. Enough. Need to figure out a way to get willpower quicker for when I want mobility, because at the moment I don't want to kill enemies, I just want to move. Just doing that to get rid of willpower. Oh, it got glitched. Shit. It got glitched, it was not doing damage. So that can happen after teleporting. I thought it was only after using what's its name, Warpath. I thought this glitch where you're doing no damage only happens after using Warpath. I guess I was wrong. It can happen after using other things. Shit. Yeah, I ended up not having willpower to teleport. Who is left from the chest? Okay. Here, this way. Alright, let's see if this time it would let me go further. Alright, this time it didn't glitch out on me and actually let me progress further. Although it doesn't matter for me really, I can always just go back and restart a new one. If I'm here only for the uniques, that means I don't need the difficulty to go up that much. No, move, move, move. I'm not sure how one thing works for my skill. For this skill, where is it? For this skill, every time the skill is recast within a short period of time, its damage is increased. Does that work when I'm just hovering my cursor and it just switches to a new target? Because I'm not releasing my skill casting button. Like I'm hovering this. The moment I'm holding the button and I'm just hovering my cursor, and it just changes to a new target, but I'm not stopping to cast the skill. So I'm wondering if this counts as a recasting the skill, even while holding the button, or even when I'm doing when I'm on a single target doing damage and just holding the button. Once the skill ends, does it count as a recast? That's what I'm wondering, and I think that's how it is. As soon as it reaches the end of the animation, it recasts it. I think that's how it works. So let's say I do it, and yeah, now we're already at 4th or 5th or 6th, etc. recast. That's how I think it is. Just my suspicions on it. I'm gonna keep it like this just in case. I really want to get this one though, teleport behind the target. What if I change the shadow damage and see how much damage I can get without the shadow, even though this build is currently setting up for shadow damage and I'm trying to make sure I have more of it. I want to see if I change to the teleport how it would work. How much damage I can get with max rage on it. Oh, those freezes. I can still get 7, 8 point something thousand, so that's fine. Even this way, I'm satisfied of the damage. For farming lower difficulty, that's more than enough. Oh, move, fuck. So much freezing, it's so hard sometimes. And you're getting frozen from everywhere. And I got stuck into those ice blocks trying to escape. No. Alright, which way do I go? Well, I still have to kill enemies. That's been a slow map. The previous one was much faster. But it's always like this on this layout. Even when there's a bunch of those zombies clustered up, and supposedly I'm to get more of the bar filled up. I think it's this way. Yeah, I think it's better to go this way. just a little bit more, maybe a couple more big fights. There we go. And the boss is here. Let's show him. Decide to kill him with a bit of ranged attacks. Anything good? Not really. But hey, the first drop for today. And am I using Kumali, by the way? I'm not using Kumali's wiki belt. Might as well add it to my... Yeah, I will do that. I will use Kumali's wiki belt, sacrificing some damage for science. Oh wow. The spear's damage. Can't wait to fight new enemies. And from the previews, the skill previews that they've showed us, I can tell that there's gonna be some sort of beetles, like scarabs, big looking scarabs. It's nice to see that those previews that they've shown us also are previews not of just the skills but some of the new enemies we are fighting. And they even posted the whole article about the skill previews, and if any one of you hasn't seen it, I'm gonna quickly go and grab the link for you. I mean, they haven't given us too much, they don't want to review everything, but they have given us a solid chunk of skills and a bit of modifiers, and most importantly they have explained how the skill system will work. So this is something I've been wondering about before for the past some weeks, and now we know that every skill would go up to level 90. We would know that there would be basic modifiers that cost 1 modifier point. There would be modifiers that cost 2 modifier points, and then there will be major ones that cost 3 modifier points. And we would have 10 modifier points to choose how to spend on 16 total modifiers. And just a quick something about this to tell you is, just a second, I'm gonna read it from my Discord because it's easier. So the first modifier point will be unlocked at skill level 5 along with the first 2 skill modifiers. Once your skill reaches level 5, you will gain 1 modifier point every 6 skill levels and 1 new skill modifier every 3 skill levels. That means that your character unlocks all skill modifiers at skill level 47, and your character reaches the maximum of 10 modifier points at skill level 59. So you don't have to be the maximum level of the skill to get the most out of it in regards to synergies and builds. Yeah, of course, after level 59 you still have 31 levels of the skill that just improve its efficiency, etc. But if you wanna just get the most amount of modifiers to work with for builds, you only need level 59. I'm assuming when we beat the game, we would kind of be around level 60-ish when we beat the story, and then there will be also an end game story. Hey Jan Novak, welcome back, dude. Nice to see you. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm quickly changing something here in the back end of my stream. I'm gonna disable the text to speech temporarily. I hope I don't miss any messages due to not hearing them on time, but I'm gonna be paying attention to my chat even if I end up dying more often. So how have you been, Jan? Did you see the thing that was posted yesterday? I wasn't streaming Wolcen yesterday, so I kind of couldn't bring the news to everyone, but that's definitely good stuff. I can probably, once more stuff is revealed, I can probably make it on a video, but I think I'm just gonna wait for more information before I do it. We'll see, but it's definitely good information, definitely something I've been looking forward to finding out the max level of the skills, the number of skill modifiers, which we knew from before, but the number of skill points, not skill points, but skill modifier points needed for skill modifier. So currently we pay 4 or 8, but being able to pay 1, 2 or 3 depending on the strength of the modifier, that's gonna be pretty nice. So maybe we would have like 8 modifiers that cost 1 point, and then actually if it's 16, maybe we can have 10 modifiers that cost 1 point, 3 modifiers that cost 2 points, 3 modifiers that's not gonna work. No, it's gonna have to be... Yeah, actually that might work. We could have maybe 8 or 10 modifiers that cost 1 point, and then we can have the rest being separated in either 2 or 3 modifiers that cost 3 points, and some modifiers that cost 2 points. I'm thinking they wouldn't make too many major modifiers. Currently, just look at one skill currently. If we take this skill, it has 3 modifiers that cost 8 points. I'm assuming that those would cost 2. Just an example of some skills. And here we have 1, 2, 3, 4 that cost 8 points. So maybe those would cost 2 points. So how many modifiers with 3 point cost might we have? I'm assuming either 1 or 2. They wouldn't wanna make it that many. And it's nice that not every skill follows the same logic. Not every skill has the same amount of number of basic modifiers, advanced modifiers, and I'm assuming major. Was advanced the name though? The name was basic. No, minor, major, and medium. It would be fun to make a setup with using the least amount of minor modifiers, just stacking as many major and minor ones as we can. I'm wondering also if there's gonna be something that makes one major modifier mutually exclusive with another. I think that won't be the case. We would be able to stack the major modifiers together if we decide to. But the way I see it, probably most major modifiers would not be made in such a way that we would even want to be stacking them. Alright. Yeah, this bot is a bit not the best one to be fighting on a rogue, so I'm trying to just play it safe, cheese it out with the long range spell instead of the close range attack. So I'm not doing shadow damage at the moment with this Slayer's Fury, just to make sure I'm testing how strong it is. And I think I don't need the shadow damage, but the ability to teleport behind the enemy might be very useful. For cases like this. So he was charging a spell forward. He was channeling that poison breath, and I was able to just teleport behind him and do some stabby. And I'm a big fan of the stabby. But yeah, so stoked about Wolcen. Can't wait for it to come out. And if anyone is wondering whether it's worth buying it, I can safely say at the moment it's definitely worth it, because it's cheaper than then in a few days from now, like a couple of weeks from now, it's not gonna cost as much, and you're still gonna be getting the same thing, the full game. And there's so much stuff. I'm a big fan of this skill system. Having skill modifiers, it's taking the good parts of Diablo 3, combining them with some of the good parts about Diablo 2, combining them with some of the good things about Diablo 1. So definitely fun stuff. And having an advanced passive skill tree system, such as similar to Path of Exile 1 but with a twist. Definitely a good one. If anyone wants to team up, by the way, let me know. I can help you do some low level farming. I don't feel like doing something difficult today, so I'm gonna be doing easy level just to farm, to try and maximize the farm. I'm not even trying to maximize it, by the way. I'm just playing some fun setup that I've not played much. I could easily go on spin to win and do 1-2 minute per map runs, but for now I think this is more fun for me for today. I will be checking out a different build later today. I will be changing it up. So if anyone wants to see something different, just let me know, and eventually after a few maps I'm gonna change it up a bit to either a caster or a ranger or a melee setup. I could also use Warpath, by the way. If I decide to, I could use Warpath. And it should allow me to move quicker compared to... Oh wow. Okay, I was taking advantage of the fact that it's two of them, and each time I switch between one and the other target, it should be improving my damage, and it's also allowing me to use it as a dodge. I need to get some kills to get rage, because at the start the rage needs to be... Oh! No, still something I don't need right now. Another Seal of the Arbiter. Well, at least it's dropping a unique, the first unique, so I've only gotten a legendary and a unique so far since I started. But we're just starting, so there's plenty of time until stuff starts dropping. And we're at 250 magic find. I wish I could continue pushing further, by the way, rather than having to reset after the next map. Because with those modifiers I found, it's pretty nice. I found 2 extra wood quality modifiers around the maps. Those that are at the start of a new map. Another one, James Telltale. Well, still not one that I wanted to get, but at least it's a unique. And a legendary with something that I don't need really. I also don't need this. So 3 legendaries actually so far. I forgot one that I dropped at the start, so 3 legendaries dropped and 2 uniques. Not too bad. Oh, movement speed, perfect, perfect. Gonna grab that movement speed outer. using those dashes. Wondering if this one counts as a dash attack. It probably doesn't. It would have been nice if it counted as a dash attack for, where was that passive, the dash attack passive. Let's do some lightning bolts, because why not? Okay. Might as well play a bit ranged for a while, cause why not? Alright, what's next? Somewhere here. I think I'm gonna have right about the number of enemies I needed to kill before reaching the boss, because I'm almost where the boss is. I think there's just a few turns left. Or maybe I missed my turn and maybe it's over there at the top. And Yasuo, as I said earlier, I found those modifiers, the map modifiers. You know those modifiers that are like a pylon, that give you extra modifier for the map, but extra magic find. And I found 2 of those. And each of those I think gives me 50 magic find. So that means I've got 100, I'm not sure how to call it, air modifiers out of the air. Those extra magic find pillars, yeah, exactly. So I found 2 of those, and each one I think gave me 50. And that's pretty fun. Yeah, pillar shrines, whatever, it doesn't matter how we call them. We know what we're talking about. As long as we understand each other. Call them obelisks if you want. I don't care what they're called. As long as we know what it is. But yeah, they're pretty solid. I'm always excited when I see one of those in a map. Getting that wood quality stacked up. No, I wanted to stun. Ah, look what happened. It used my sovereign shout cooldown, but it didn't do the skill. It didn't do the shout. This has been happening while playing this build. I think one of my attacks cancels the animation of my sovereign shout, and sometimes it does the effect of sovereign shout, like sometimes it does the stun, and it does the apply weakness, but I don't see the whole wall or whatever, this animation. I don't see this AoE happening. But I do see them taking stuns, and I do see them getting weakness stacks. And it takes the cooldown. So what happened just now is I think it took the cooldown without doing the other effects. Without doing the stun and weakness. And I'm not sure whether it's my teleport that cancels out the animation or it's my dash from Slayer's Fury. I think it's Slayer's Fury who does it though. Yeah, I'm gonna try and replicate it, but I need some enemies. We've noticed the drop rate among uniques differs a lot. Trio Belt, Dragon's Ghost and the Apply Weakness Chestplate are way rarer than other uniques. Some with Genesis headpiece. Super, yeah, indeed. And there's that headpiece that looks like a skull. I've never seen it drop on even my teammates when I've been playing in a team. I didn't even know it existed until a few days ago. This necromancer looking helmet that looks like a skull head. It looks like a skull, like a skull with a, it's like a hood but a skull inside the hood. So it's a helmet. It has a weird name. It has a very weird name, which I don't remember right now, but I think it had an A with dots. It had Umlaut on it, if you know what Umlaut means, if you've studied German. So yeah, A with 2 dots on top of it. Oh, the Envy of War. Yeah, the Envy of War. I've only seen one drop, and at the moment, really, I don't need them that much, because I do end up playing a lot of builds that are better with shoulders that are not the Envoy, such as those occult things. But it's definitely good to have 2 of them. And I wouldn't mind finding a second one, but if I find one, if you want it, I wouldn't mind giving you the second one and just keeping my one for now. I do hope some people might not need some of their gear and maybe give it to me for for testing for the last couple of days before we lose all the online data. But even if I don't, I've already gotten enough data to have some rough idea about what I want to do once the game launches in regards to how to level up and what builds to go for and what uniques to go for. But what do you think, guys, about the information we received in regards to the skills? In regards how many modifiers we would have? I mean, not the many modifiers, but how many modifier points we would have and how many modifier points each modifier would cost. It's a big game changer. It's a big game changer having 90 levels on a skill and having only 10 modifier points, but modifiers costing instead of 4 or 8 points, costing 1, 2 or 3 points per modifier. This is a huge game changer and it's gonna be amazing. So we only need level 59 of a skill to unlock the maximum number of modifiers. And I think we only need level 47. Oh no, we only need level 59 to get the 10 modifier points, but we need level 47 to get the max number of modifiers. So if we want to play with the max number of modifiers and the max number of modifier points, we need level 59 of a certain skill. And that's gonna be fun to try and do. Even before reaching level 90, you're still gonna be able to kind of max out the skill probably. My guess is skills, like now, would be leveling up faster than us. So, around level 60 is what I'm assuming we would be once we finish the story. And we would probably have a few skills already maxed out. And since we know there's power leveling, once we complete the story and max out one character, we can maybe start maxing out some outs or separate builds in the end game mode. And knowing that there's gonna be story for the end game is also something that I'm looking forward to. And the trial belt I've not gotten. I've not gotten the trial belt, I'm still trying to get it, but I've already kind of given up on it, but we'll see. Maybe today I can end up getting it. Another Envy's Denial. Another Envy's Denial. I'm actually at the point where I need to start selling unique items. I really don't have room to keep them all. By the way, if you need the Genesis helmet, oh never mind, I don't have a second one. For a second I thought I have a second one. But I still don't mind giving my Genesis helmet away, because I don't think I'm gonna be playing in the next few days with it. That those items here I can give away except those two, and maybe the Genesis helmet I can give. Actually those I can give away as well, so only the Genesis helmet is something that I'm not planning on giving away right now, but maybe I could part with it. So this is for taking. This, and everything here that is unique is for taking. All those uniques you can grab and use if you want. Let's get rid of some items. I'm gonna get rid of this. My pet's been bugging me, no idea why and what for. I'm gonna get rid of this. And what else to get rid of? Toxic Shadow Elemental. This is all over the place. Oh, I've not tried an Elemental build. Maybe today I can try an Elemental build and see if I can pull something fun out of the bag with my build. We'll see. Alright, let's do this. Let's sell those items. Something that's an elemental build. Elemental build, uniques for elemental builds. This is a unique for an elemental build for sure. This one I've already made builds with the Zapstick. I don't wanna make another element Zapstick build. Another good thing for an elemental build would be the fire and ice. The fire and ice swords, and alternatively I can go for this one. The Vulcan steel sword, two of them. But the damage is very low on those items if I'm not using one-handed with sockets inside. Wasted's build on Reddit, which he's using 24k HP, using Whitening Strike and Bleeding Edge to run champion, run super creative but super demanding on gear. I'm assuming I've not seen. I try to not see other people's builds to avoid getting influenced by their builds. I've seen a few because it's beta, and in the beta I'm not gonna be making builds. So in the beta I will be seeing builds every now and then, but when the game launches I'm gonna have a policy of me not watching others' builds, just to avoid accidental influences. 24k HP, I'm assuming he's using the converts force shield into HP item. And yeah, 24k HP, I can see how it can happen. He's probably using those shoulders for extra force, those hands for force shield, and this force shield is getting converted. Or is he stacking all resistances? Like, is he using all resistance gear or is he using HP gear? And I know that he's using that chest with the converts force shield to health, because I don't see how else you can get it. And there's a lot of HP nodes. There's shit tons of HP nodes you can get over here, and where was the other one? Over here. So there's tons of HP. So you can definitely get a big amount of HP. And what did you say he's using? Lightning Strike and Bleeding Edge. Yeah, that makes sense. Earthshaker Shoulders. I don't even know what oh, those ones. Where did they go? those ones. Hakiresh. Oh no, I don't. Ershekawar. What is Ershekawar shoulder? Ershekawar shoulder. Yeah, those shoulders then. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Makes sense to have it. But is this conversion converting force shield regeneration into HP regeneration? This is what I want to know about the item. Does the item convert force shield regeneration and all of that, and force shield recharge from health globes into health regeneration? Because in some games when you convert one thing like that to another thing, you're converting also the regeneration, similar to how it works in Borderlands. In Borderlands you can convert shield regeneration into health regeneration for most, and that altogether also converts uh, the 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 what is it called, the wife leech into shield wife leech. So while you're wife leeching and while you're regenerating HP, you end up regenerating shield. That's how it works in Borderlands on most. So here maybe it's the other way around. You're converting the shield regeneration into health regeneration maybe, and stacking it with the healing spells and everything like that. Genesis is getting increased healing with those shoulders, with the helmet and with the chest piece. So that's an interesting setup. 24k HP is definitely fun. But I currently, for example, am whacking items to experiment with builds that are like that. I did want to experiment with builds that are very, very extreme, like taking something to the extreme, such as the trying to max out the HP or trying to max out my shield, my force shield. But at the moment, I just kind of am pretty sure I can do it with my current uniques. So let's give them some. Am I doing whitening? I'm doing shadow. Let's give them damage. Let's give them the weak enemies, and let's give them. I'm wondering which one. Well, I'm gonna have to go for that one. If he's hitting for 10k, he definitely has some strong setup for the damage. Yeah, he probably has an amazing amount of unique items and legendary items up his sleeve. But what is probably giving him the damage is most likely the legendary items he has. I'm assuming he has a very well wrote legendary. Most likely a very nicely wrote legendary weapon, and very nicely wrote rings. If he's using Sunny Stash, that's fine. He said he's using Sunny Stash. Very nicely wrote amulet maybe. And since he's applying a ton of weakness and he probably has the trial belt, that makes sense. He's applying shit tons of weakness. And most likely he has the crit damage skills here. Most likely he has this one for crit damage. If I were to guess. And since he's not using the rage-based chest piece and helmet, I'm not sure he's using, what was it called, Manic Slaughter, but I wouldn't see a reason not to take Magic Slaughter just for the rage generation on kill for Bleeding Edge, because Bleeding Edge is pretty demanding on the rage part of things. But the good thing is this unique shoulder, the one with the force shield, reduces the cost of certain things. That reduces the cost of the spells. So the whitening boat would not be that that costly. Yeah, exactly. The whitening boat to keep pushing that. That's what I was thinking. And it reduces the cost, but it still gains. It reduces the cost via the shoulders, so it's not gonna be costing that much willpower to cast certain spells, but it's still gonna be pretty good and fast pushing of it. I might watch it later. I might watch it just to see what he's done. But as I said, I enjoy much more finding it myself rather than watching it from others. So we'll see. Thankfully it's still a beta, so I don't mind maybe watching a build or two while it's the beta. But not once it launches. Let's see. Yes, exactly. The possibilities, but what he did with items that he probably spent months farming. He spent months farming, so once the game launches, if the drop rates of certain uniques are the same as now, it's gonna be almost impossible to get this build done without trading with others or without getting super good RNG. Once the game launches, I think we would want to go for some very good starter setups that don't require much investment in gear, that can be done with basic items, with the unique items that drop kind of often. But yeah, just thinking about the possibilities with added skill modifiers, I'm wondering what the modifiers on the whitening and bleeding edge would be when they added them. So he can probably improve this build a lot. I wanted to do something similar, not with the whitening and bleeding edge, but rather with the what's it called? I want to do something with Arctic Spear to apply more weaknesses, so that I can get the synergy out of the weakness and sacred damage of Genesis. I wanted to do that, and with the Shadow Slayer, with this one, Slayer's Fury. I wanted to do something like that, Slayer's Fury, together with a lot of HP and with that force shield conversion. So this is what I want to do. Maybe something similar to what he's done, but instead of using bleeding edge and using the whitening, I would prefer using Arctic Spear and Slayer's Fury. I've not seen his build, but my idea of a very good HP build would have been to try and use those two skills as the main skills, because that way I can benefit from synergies from Genesis. I can get that extra shadow proccing if I make Slayer's Fury. If I remove this one on Slayer's Fury and change it for this one, then it's shadow damage, and then you have what was it called? Arctic Spear being with sacred damage, and it would be just an amazing synergy all over. For me, on this account, I'm not sure how many hours I've got, but let me quickly check. I've got a lot of hours on my other account. On this account, I've got 142 hours played, which was mostly end game farming, and yeah, 0 trial belts. On my other account, I've got probably another 100 hours. maybe more. Smile of the Searing chest piece. Yeah, I really want that Smile of the Searing chest piece, but didn't have luck to get it. I really wanted to try playing with it. And with the Smile of the Searing chest piece, he probably doesn't even need to use the what's it called, Arctic Spear, because he applies enough weakness as it is with his Whitening Bolt, with his Thunder Strike. Is he using the Shadow Thunder Strike, by the way? Because it makes sense to be using, if you're using Genesis, it makes sense to be using the Shadow Thunder Strike. What I do wanna try is, with this chest piece, I wanna try a build with shit tons of HP and a lot of Wife Leech and this skill. Slayer's Fury with a lot of HP and a lot of Wife Leech would be just my preferred combo. Because that way I can just leech based on the damage, and Slayer's Fury does a lot of damage. And that can be converted into health if you keep the Wife Leech going. But yeah, I can't wait to start experimenting once the game launches and try and find some fun setups. I do hope that they improve the drop rates of certain uniques and make them kind of not something super rare, something that you need hundreds of hours just to try and get. But we'll see how it is. We'll see how it is when it launches. Currently, it's stupid to have some uniques be that rare opposed to others. I'd rather have all uniques be equally rare, because otherwise, why not just separate them into unique and mythical items, or unique and whatever you wanna call them items. If you're gonna have different drop chances for the same amount of rarity, it is just bullshit. It's not the way it should be. If you have a rarity called unique, then everything from this rarity should have the exact same drop chance. If you want to separate the unique items into something that has easier chance to drop and something that doesn't, then make a separate different difficulty, not difficulty but separate rarity. So yeah, make some of the difficult to drop uniques mythical items so that people know that they are not as easy to get. Otherwise it's misleading, calling an item unique and calling another item unique and having such a huge difference in regards to how often one thing drops and how often another one drops. Yeah, in Diablo 2 there were some amazingly difficult runes to get. I've never gotten that deeper into playing Diablo, because when Diablo 2 was popular, I was playing other games such as Sacred 2 and Darkstone and Dungeon Siege. And when I was playing Diablo 2, I was playing the Eastern Sun. Whenever I played Diablo 2, I actually preferred playing with mods like Eastern Sun because of the drop chance there, and yeah. I also never played on Battle.net because I never had a official copy. I was playing Diablo 2 in different internet cafes. And the internet cafes here back at the time were probably not using... not all of them were using legit software. So not all of them were able to connect to Battle.net, but there were pirated Battle.net servers in here called Head Off, where a lot of people were playing Diablo 2, but I never got into playing Battle.net. I was just playing locally with my buddies in the internet cafes, local networks. We used to carry our Diablo characters on floppy disks. So whenever we quit playing in one internet cafe, we would copy our character over on the floppy disk and overwrite the old one, the old version. That's how we used to be able to play with our character regardless where we are. Carrying floppy disks. Good old times. Playing Diablo 2 and keeping your character with you at all times when moving from one internet cafe to another. But I really hope someone remakes Darkstone. Darkstone was such a gem and underrated game back in the day. It's not your typical hack and slash, but it was definitely a fun hack and slash to enjoy. And someone converted Darkstone exactly the way it was on PC, but for a mobile. So you can play it on a tablet or on a mobile phone. Exactly the way it was on PC, just with ported controls. Ah, fuck. This damn knockback got me right where I didn't want it to. Okay. I'm assuming he's probably using this shield. Was he using this shield for the build with the 24,000 HP? Because this gives a lot of maximum HP and it also gives a lot of force shield that can be converted. If not, then the other shield with force shield might be something to help him get the HP. Oh, Macfesten. Okay, oh, if he's using the Macfesten, then he's probably using Veiled Eclipse. It would make sense. Legendary one-handed with 3 sockets makes sense to also be using legendary one-handed. I wouldn't see him getting that much damage without a legendary one-handed with very good rolls. Maybe he has some shadow damage. Shadow damage what? Maybe occult damage. Okay, just a moment. I was checking something. Was trying to see if I can see how many hours I've played Wolcen on my other account. The one that actually owns the game. But yeah, in this account I've got 142 hours over the past month. So just over the past month since I started playing Wolcen with this account, not the other one, I've managed to get 142 hours. And yeah, again, even though I spend that much time, some items I've never seen dropped. And it was mostly spent with offline farming, not offline farming, but online farming of end game content. That was mostly what I was doing on this account. End game content. On my other account, I've played a lot during alpha and during the early beta days when it was pretty shitty. The first version of the beta was very bad. But then when they added the content update 1 and 2, it definitely became much better. Technically it's still an alpha, but in name it's a beta, what we're playing right now. Let's try and... wanted to bail out of those explosions. But if he's using the shadow version of Lightning Bolt, then he's not using willpower for it, of Thunder Strike. So if he's using Shadow Thunder Strike, that would not give him willpower. I mean, that would not consume willpower. It would consume rage, so I'm assuming he's using the Lightning version. Even though I asked earlier whether it's the Shadow. Because you said he's using Thunder Strike and Winter's Grasp to get willpower used, to get willpower consumed, so he can convert it into rage. But if he's using the shadow versions of the two skills, that means he can't, because they're gonna cost rage. Well, there's things that can give you willpower, like this one. Where was it? Willpower on hit. So this can give him willpower. With Bleeding Catch, hitting enemies, this can give him willpower. If he has this one. I'm assuming he has this 4-shoot, this 4-shoot. So those 2 points he has for sure. Then he has those 3 points, those 2 points here. Most likely a lot of toughness as well. There was also a lot of HP here to be taken. Hello, thank you for RPG. For RPGs are live 4. Welcome to the Struck Pub RPGs are live. Hope you have some fun here. And really appreciate that you're following my Twitch. I'm gonna do a bit of range damage here. But yeah, I had an idea when I saw this armor. A few days ago I saw this armor and I had an idea of making a build with sacred what's it called? Sacred Arctic Spear and with Slayer's Flurry, rather than using Bleeding Catch. But probably Bleeding Catch would give me more damage for AoEs and things like that. But I'm not gonna be able to play with this because I'm not gonna get this chest piece before the stuff wipes. RPGs are live, you're here from YouTube. Nice. Nice to see you here. Yeah, YouTube has a little bit of a delay. I wish I could improve it, but unfortunately I can't. I've selected the least amount of delay from the settings. but I've noticed the longer I watch, the bigger the delay gets, and I can still kind of skip forward. So if I keep watching on YouTube, I keep getting behind on the whole stream. So that's weird how it works, and every now and then I have to just move the progress bar forward. So maybe the frames per second are different on YouTube than the ones on other channels, and yeah. Ditchboy, thank you Ditchboy for the follow on Twitch, and welcome to the Struck Club. Enjoy your stay here as well, and have fun. And guys, if you wanna do some co-op, if any of you want some help, and if you're playing the game, hit me up. I wouldn't mind teaming up to do some easy runs, just do some easy mode farming. We don't need to be doing the hard stuff to get some wood, so today I'm all about chilling and killing and getting some good wood. Oh wow, fuck. That freezing. That freezing. Water freezing. Oh, let's stun them. Who was the one that froze me? I think it was this guy. The one that looked like this guy. Still don't know the names of all the enemies, but oh wow. Okay, let's move here. I actually wanted to remove that shadow damage. Let's remove that shadow damage again, and since I don't need that much damage on this difficulty, I'd rather have the ability to teleport behind my targets to avoid certain hits. Alright, let's move on. Okay, this guy. Anything good? Nope. Unfortunate. Doesn't want to drop me stuff. Today it's been like a roller coaster. That one run where I had 250 wood quality was nice and it was dropping, but with the other runs so far it's been pretty bad in regards to drops. Some days it drops like crazy, other days it doesn't, in the exact same amount of magic find on the map. Oh wow. Just a moment, I wanted to reply to one message. I'm gonna try and group them up as many as I can. Because there's a lot of more enemies needed to kill before I can get the boss done. Right, let's do this. I think I've got a train on me. I can do a mage build, yeah. I've done different mage setups and I can show you a bit of mage play. Maybe after I'm finished with this run I can do something magey. It's not gonna be meta. I'm not gonna be doing meta now, cause I'm just doing whatever is good enough for adept at the moment, good enough for farming. Cause I'm not gonna be doing some hard content, and there's just a few more days. I'd rather not think about it, but I'm gonna do maybe a projectile mage build if you wanna see it. I've done some element builds over the past few days on my stream. I've played them, and they're fine as well. But what I do enjoy when I'm playing a mage is a projectile build. I just do enjoy it a lot. This one is a way a battle mage. It can be played like a mage, but it's like a rogue more in its core. This setup that I'm playing right now is a rogue one. I just wanted to set up with Slayer's Fury because it seems fun. Okay, let's go get the boss fight completed. So this map, 2 more maps after that, and then I can maybe switch to some sort of a mage setup. I'm open to suggestions. Maybe you can pick a skill that you want me to use as a mage and pick a second skill, and then I can try and make a build around that. I've made builds with different things like oh, wait. Shit, and I got frozen. And now he's spawn killing me. I'm gonna have to wait for this beam to stop before rezzing. I decided to go for the ranged attack approach rather than using my Slayer's Fury on those enemies. Oh shit. I clicked outside of my game. Just a moment, because I just closed my overlay by accident. Alright, there we go. Let's see, what's next? You managed to play to Champion 1 with a turret build. Yeah, same for me. I managed to get to Champion 1 with turret build. I've not even tried playing anything harder than Champion 1, because I'm really bored of the turrets. I mean, you can do champion runs with a very tanky, very beefy build. And that's definitely for sure, but I don't think I can get you a mage build that can do champion 1 with my current items. I just don't have the gear needed to be doing a lot of damage on champion. That's why I'm just doing adept. But I can start playing a bit of a mage. And at the moment I don't think I even need to be doing champion. I don't see any reason why I would be doing champion at the moment. I mean, yeah, it's better wood quality. And if I have a build that could speedrun champion and survive it, I wouldn't mind using it, but with my current items, I just can't make such a build. Other than a turret build, but I don't feel like playing turret builds. It gets pretty boring pretty fast, playing a turret build. But I'm not saying that turret builds are how lazy man I can get the build to be. I think pets and turret would be the laziest build ever for anyone. I still wanna see how the Necro works. I wanna see how the Necromancer works. How many pets can we get maximum? How strong are the pets? Are they ranged pets, melee pets, mixture of both? So there's a lot of things I wanna know. when it comes to the Necro. And they've intentionally avoided spoiling things about the Necro, I think. They've intentionally kept showing us new skills that are not related to the Necromancer. So that's gonna be interesting. Are we gonna be summoning the same enemies that die to fight for us as spirits? Or are we gonna have skeletons and zombies and ghouls and things like that? It would be nice if you can resurrect the creatures that are fallen nearby to fight for you, including elites, for a few seconds. I would also like to see a sort of a, maybe not right away, but maybe in one of the expansions, a Warwalk build or other type of summoner, something like with golems or with demons. Someone that doesn't have that many summons as a Necro, but still has some sort of summons that give him some power. Golems, elementals, or what's the other thing I just said? Also creatures, like a druid would be nice with creatures like beasts to fight by his side. But I guess for a pet master, Necro is more than enough. It's the typical classical pet master build, so can't wait to get my hands on it. Pretty stoked about it. So yeah, this map, one more map, and then I can do a little bit of mage play. I do love playing my setup with some searing embers, the fireball skill, regardless whether it's the lightning or the fire version of it. Where would the boss be? Oh, this way. Should have went for a willpower potion. Willpower potion would allow me to be more mobile for speed running. I don't find myself needing to use the potion that much when it's a rage one, so I'd rather use the willpower one and just be able to port every now and then. Okay. Oh wow, so much damage on me. Still got enough resist too. To finish them off. Alright, next. What's this? Never mind. One more map and then I can switch to something like a ranged mage. If you're struggling with the mage build, don't worry. Just I can help you, but I cannot give you a mage build for pushing. I cannot give you a mage build for pushing because I haven't experimented enough with mages, and I don't know what items you've got, and I definitely don't have all the good stuff. But I have some of the things, and I can actually give you items, guys. I have a lot of unique items to give you. We're losing all of our character data in 4 days. The offline only characters would remain, but the online only characters would get deleted. And there is no way to save your online characters and use them offline at the moment. So I can give you some items that I no longer use or that I've got repeatables of, and there's a lot of those that you can take advantage of if you're playing on on an online-only character at the moment. If you're not playing on an online-only character, that's probably good news for you, because you're gonna be able to play all the way until the 13th of February with this character without having to start over. I do like my builds for the mage to be projectile based though. Getting projectile based damage with what was the name? Arctic Spear converts into Sacred one sometimes. Most of the times I convert it into Sacred just so I can apply weakness. And with Searing Embers, either the fire or the lightning one, so I can maybe show you something like that. I can actually play this build as a mage if I want to. This specific setup I can just modify it to play as a mage without many changes. But I'm losing certain things. If I modify this build to play as a mage, it's not gonna be as good because I'm stacking attack speed on this build at the moment. So at the moment I've got things like this one for attack speed, which kind of is not what I would want. But most of the other points I do have. The max willpower and rage I've got this projectile damage. The only thing I'm missing is extra projectile damage here that I can get on a mage, and some extra spell damage here that I can get on a mage. And some of this attack damage I wouldn't need on a mage build. And this one I wouldn't need on a mage build, damage for each nearby enemy. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of things that I would want to change in the passives if I were to go for a mage setup with projectiles. And there's strong ailment builds, but they're heavily dependent on gear. Like if you're doing an ailment build, you definitely need gear. And that's why I avoid going for ailment builds. And mages are currently a bit underpowered if you're not geared up. If you're not geared up, the mage cannot be pushed that far if you have just some of the easy to find uniques. But if you just want to farm adept runs or veteran 1, 2, 3, you shouldn't have any difficulties with some of the builds that are out there. And I'm gonna try and make something easy to gear for the mage. Just let's finish this map. I think this is the final. Yeah, this is map number 6. I've not done elemental damage builds, by the way. I've not done elemental damage builds, and I was thinking of making an elemental damage build. So maybe I can try and make one. Oh fuck, sorry. I exited my game by accident. Not exited, but I clicked outside of my window. I clicked inside of my browser. Where sorry, I'm bothering. Where I'm monitoring my mixer chat through the browser. So I clicked on it. Yeah, if your gear is bad, then I can either try and give you some stuff if you want, or try and just make the build to be good enough at least for adept, and you can farm some gear on adept. Okay, let's move. So first of all, I'm gonna try and do the passives. I'm gonna try and do the passives and maybe try and do a shadow-based, cult-based build first. And after the cult-based build, I can try and do an elemental. I'm gonna check the items later. For now, let's try and do the passives. And let's pick the skills first, maybe. I'm not gonna be using things like Slayer's Fury, so I'm probably gonna be using this one here, and this one here, maybe this one. Actually, I'm not sure, I'm not convinced on using this one. I don't want to use this one, but if you want a pure mage, like let's say no rogue skills, no, this would be your pure mage build, because you don't have that many spells if you want a pure mage. I mean, you can go for an annihilation, but it's a completely different playstyle, or you can go for Bulwark of Down, but I think this is fine. This would give you a lot of stuff. The problem is you're gonna have troubles with the rage, and the best way to make it work is those pants, and I can give you those pants. With those pants you can have skills that consume rage. This consumes rage and this consumes rage. So maybe something like this would be fine. So with this skill you're gonna be using willpower. With this skill you're gonna be using willpower, and with this one you're just gonna be using rage to keep the willpower up. With this one you can also use the rage to keep it up. Let me do the passives first. Passives. Well, I can give you that unique item, but I mean, if you want a build without this, do you want a build without this? If you want a build without the Veiled Eclipse, I can still probably give you something, but currently the mage has terrible sustain on the willpower if you're not using a rage skill. So the thing you can do is try and either use a rage skill, and one of the best ones to consume shit tons of rage quickly is Bleeding Catch. Bleeding Catch, even if you don't use it for damage, would consume not energy but rage very quickly. You can see Bleeding Catch costs 351 rage. Another thing you can use to consume rage is this one, but it's not as good. And something else that you can use to consume rage would be something like Havoc Orb, but then you would have to use items that are dagger, bow, or pistol. Another thing that you can use to consume rage would be uh, yeah, on the mage side nothing can consume rage unless you're going for this item, and I have a spare one. I have this one here. I can give you this one if you want it, and then you can cast spells with rage cost instead of willpower cost, but currently that's the only problem a pure mage that doesn't use this item would have. So most people do rogue mages or melee mages, like battle mages. That's what most people do if they want something that is not using this item, because you're gonna have terrible work with the stuff to generate willpower. So projectiles, you can either go that route, take that damage here, or you can just, you really want that one pierce. If you're doing a projectile build, you want that one pierce. That's a lot of good projectile crit chance score, and that's also nice to get. So if you want crit chance score, this is great. This is some crit damage, and I think taking the crit damage is always a good thing. So you might want some extra spell damage, extra willpower and rage. I'm just checking something. So if you want that crit damage, I'm wondering if it's better to go this way or to rotate it slightly. Let me check something. I need to go that way. Maybe, no, actually yeah, I need to go this way. This is extra damage. I'm just thinking how to link it. How would be the most optimal way to link it? Because I want this here, I want this one. No, not this one, this one here. I want that extra crit damage. So one way of linking it would be all resistances. Another way of linking it would be 2 points here. Or I think I got another way of doing it. Let's do something like this. For crit damage. I'm doing this only for the crit damage. So that's annoying. It's hard to make those links there. I mean, I've had different builds before that work fine with similar links. Or resistances, or it's either I'm gonna either have to spend a point for this or this. There's no other way. And I think it's better to do it that way. 1 point here. And then we can either go projectile damage and get some extra projectile damage, or we can get extra spell damage, which would work regardless whether it's a projectile or not. And I think spell damage is better because it's 15% and this one is only 10. And then we can get some wisdom maybe. Just quickly gonna check. I know one way we can get rage quickly, and that's with this here, appetite for bloodshed. We can get rage generation, but we need some way to spend the rage. If you're not using a rage spending skill, it's gonna be a bit difficult. And you can still cast spells for willpower without this, so I'm not gonna take it. It's not worth it. And let's see what else to give you. We can even stack the projectile damage together with the spell damage. A bit more crit damage and crit chance. And 1, 2, 3. 1. No. No. Projectiles crit chance score. Even if you're not getting this one, I think maybe we're fine. I can experiment later and maybe remove this 1 point and get this one here. Or maybe I can do it right now. What am I missing? I know I had those. I am definitely missing something here from what I had earlier. If you're gonna be doing force shield, by the way, this is nice. If you're doing force shield, you want damage over time dealt to the force shield. Well, I'm missing something. Where did I spend those other points? Let me confirm something. I'm gonna save those 2 points and come back to them. So, material damage we don't need, since we're not gonna be doing much with a mage. This is one item that could be good. Another item that could be good, yeah, I'm just gonna use those boots. This with 10 ferocity, that's what I'm gonna use. And I'm going for an occult setup at the moment. But elemental won't be a bad option either. So ideally it could be force shield item that gives you cool damage. So what you want is if you're using shadow and sacred, you want to cult. Yeah, you want a catalyst and a rage dump. Catalyst and a rage dump, and it doesn't have to be any sort of difficult to get rage dump. It could be any sort of rage dump and any sort of catalyst, but if you get those legs and this helmet in this catalyst, it's great. This one you do not want on a mage because you're not gonna be doing attacks. You're not gonna be doing attacks. This is the best for attack-based builds. But since we're doing something called as a mage, we can equip this one for extra occult damage. And we have a lot of occult damage going on for us. So one more thing I've got here. You want items like this one. 9% damage per unspent rage points. This is great for you. And something like this one. This can also get to 9% damage per unspent rage points. And we get rage from here. Oh, we had this rage here. Yeah, I see what we lost. I'm missing this rage here. So the best way to get it would be 4 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. So I'm gonna lose this projectile damage. 1, 2 points. And then I'm going to lose this damage here. So 1, 2, 3 points I can squeeze. 4 points that I can squeeze from the build, maybe. Actually 3 points, 3 points. And I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or 1, no. Well, I'm gonna have to lose some damage. There's no other way. Because I do want this crit, and that's the fastest way to get this crit. So just quickly gonna redo it one last time. Okay, we wanted that pierce. We wanted that one here. And now is the final 3 points. Which I guess it's best to get that spell damage. Is there anywhere where we can get more spell damage other than this 15%? I can get elemental damage, but oh, and there's also Wife Leech from spells, and Wife Leech affecting Force Shield instead of health, which might be good for survivability. I don't have a very high Force Shield at the moment though, but this can change. That's only 48 extra Force Shield, it's not gonna do much for me. But there's a belt for Force Shield, you can get a lot of good stuff from a nice belt. This is 22% to cooled damage. This is shadow damage to spells and to cooled damage and extra Force Shield. So a little less damage, a little more survivability. This one is Force Shield health but material damage, so this is not for this build. And for the rings, I strongly suggest using Sunny's Stash if you have unique rings. If you don't have unique rings, use any legendary that can give you some Force Shield and some either occult damage or elemental damage, because this build would be about occult and elemental, the one I'm running right now. And I really wish I had a Force Shield item with this damage per unspent rage. Something like this would have been great, because this is 800 Force Shield. So at the moment probably it won't be good for me to do that. Oh, and I want this one. This gives me sacred and shadow damage to spells and further improves my occult damage and gives me all attributes bonuses. And if someone wants a Sunny Stash, I've got spare one. So there's this as well. All of this gear here, all the purple gear on this page is for giving away if someone wants it. And of this gear, probably only this one I'm saving for myself. So I think I'm done with the gear. The only thing I wish I could replace is those two items, but that's gonna be a tough choice. I'm gonna keep that one in the inventory in case I want to use it. And I will keep... I mean, those would be amazing, but they don't give me a lot of damage. So I will grab those two and experiment how good they are. And this is the best possible offhand you can use, because this offhand, unlike this one or any other one, it doesn't have minus transfer time reduction from willpower to rage. So you definitely want to get this one if you're doing on a code based setup. This one is also a good choice. All projectile damage, but this is more for a turret melee build. Cooldown reduction for skills. This is also a solid choice. Well, those 2 points at the moment, I'm wondering if I should put them, those 3 points, if I should put them here. Life leech from spell damage and... I'm gonna do this way. Later I can swap. For now my HP is a watt, so I'd rather have the wife leech being on the HP. I don't even have any wife leech right now. Elemental damage. I'm gonna be testing elemental damage setup later. Might as well keep this at hand. Okay, let's do a depth. So you would not be able to do it exactly the same way because you probably won't have this item and this item. Although this item is the key to me being able to use this as a shadow spell, or my number 2 as a shadow spell. And the good thing about this offhand is it gives you this buff. It gives you a buff of the damage of the spell type you've cast. So I'm giving myself some extra fire and shadow damage by casting spells of that type. It's this thing. Attack, but it's only for attacks, so it doesn't work for my spells. So it's not anything meta, it's not anything too strong, but if you want to play a pure mage, that's the way I found to work well in regards to never running out of willpower. Because the only problem I had with mages before was running out of willpower. But as soon as I found those legs, I kind of no longer do that. And I didn't want to have to play a rogue mage as a must-have thing to go mage. So yeah, you don't necessarily need to play a rogue mage. You just need those pants to have no problems with the willpower. And for adept, this is more than enough. If you want to be farming some easy adept runs, this probably can take you all the way to veteran 2, 3, maybe even 4 if you play it safe. But you're gonna be very squishy. You're definitely one of the more squishy things on the spectrum. That looks nice. I just not nice in stats, but just the skin. I wanna see what it looks like. I don't think I've ever found a kite shield in the game. Yeah, definitely some nice weapon design or offhand design. I'm very impressed by the Wolcen art team. There's some talented people working on designing armor, enemies and environment and props and anything like that. Definitely something that may not be something wowing, but it's definitely breathtaking at times, the things that you can see. Good use of their time. And CryEngine is a difficult engine to make an ARPG on. It's not an engine meant for ARPGs, it's an engine meant for what? For shooters. So getting this game optimized is probably one of the most difficult tasks for the development team, I think. This game being optimized to run smoothly on this engine. And I'm at the moment streaming with with my machine that's with a very old video card, 3-year-old video card, maybe even already 4-year-old, 1066 gigabyte, and I'm streaming with, let me check the bitrate settings. The bitrate settings are 6500 bitrate Full HD, and I'm still playing it with okay frame rates and streaming it, so they've managed to optimize it very nicely. I mean, the only problem is that this game is very heavy on the CPU due to the engine. So maybe CPU is more important for this game than GPU. But I don't think you need that good of a CPU. i7 is more than enough. I used to play it with an i5 and I had no problems with an i5 when I wasn't streaming. The problems arrived before when I was starting to stream in the summer, when I played this with my i5, my old processor. Now I do have a much better one, but I think if you're not a streamer, you should be able to run this game with a pretty solid 3-4-year-old machine without a problem. So I'm not sure if you like this build, but yeah, it's definitely fun. So if you want a rage spender, if you don't have those unique pens and you want a rage spender, as I said, good choice would be bleeding catch. Another good choice would be, if you want something ranged, depending on what weapon you've got, Havocorp. And Havocorp fits perfectly into the setup, because Havocorp is a projectile, and I would strongly suggest doing Havocorp if you want a ranged setup. Havocorp either this one or this one is what you want to be using. Let's get some rage generated, just to show you Havocorp and what it can do. See, 12,000. Of course, some people have gotten this queue to do 30-40,000, but they probably have things like the trio belt and properly synergized setup. Oh wow, okay, I should have bailed. I had my Aether jump, I could have used it as easily. I'm just testing my Havocorp. I need some rage. Did he die? Now I still don't have. Alright, I'm just gonna cast some spears away from him because I don't want to kill him. I want to see how much damage I can do with Havocorp. 13,000? 18,000? Okay. So that's one way. Instead of using this, I can use Firebow and Havocorp. And for the Firebow, let's see what I'm using for it. This one is a good buff because it gives you damage that's not just an attack, I think. Let's see. This is from my offhand. This is not this one, I think. I love using that one, but you can experiment by using the whitening damage one. I wish this had a version to convert it to a cult. I would really like to see Aether damage Fireball, or weakness like Sacred or Shadow, something that would go well with an occult build. You can go for increased damage, increased area of effect, and critical hits, because I'm not doing an ailment build right now. And you can either go for this or this, whichever you prefer. I'm gonna play with this for now. So you can see it's a smaller projectile and it collide and explodes on collision. It's not one that pierces through enemies that I was using before. And the Havocorp, I decided to use it as a landmine. And for Havocorp, as I said, it only uses daggers, bows and pistols, so you would want a dagger or a bow. A good dagger with 3 sockets, not dagger or a bow, dagger or a pistol, my bad, dagger or a pistol, not a bow. Together with a catalyst, and something with a lot of shadow damage would be fine. Alternatively, a lot of sacred damage would also be nice, because that way you would be applying weakness to the enemies. But the problem is I'm using attacks, so what I need to do now is I need to change it to occult damage gems. Occult damage gems would be the best, because this is only to attacks, so this only boosts my Havocorp. And if you want Havocorp to be the main dealer, you can do this. You can use shadow damage gems. But if you want damage to the spells, you have to use either what's its name, occult or elemental. So after this one, I'm gonna go back to the town and change my gems. Since I'm stacking occult, I'll just go for occult damage. But if you want to be using fireball more often, then you might want to go and test the elemental damage build. But the way I've set things up with the shadow whitening and the shadow nova, I definitely prefer using occult damage. Alright, just a little bit more needs to be cleared out. 21,000, not bad. So if this was a setup that gives me attack damage rather than spell damage, I could have gotten Havocorp to be much stronger. Havocorp has a lot of potential as a skill. Oh, I'm still not ready for the boss fight. I thought I was ready. Okay, let's kill a few more here. After this fight, I hope we would be ready. There we go. Ah, come on. I let him pick me up. Okay. So yeah, if you don't like the landmine Havocorp, just ignore the landmine Havocorp and do something like this one. I would avoid the physical converted to rent. It's more effective for bleeding builds or ailment builds. You can do the increased area of effect even, like you can do this and not go for any of the major nodes, because this one ends up being very strong. Because look at the damage, it's 6.8 thousand with 0 rage. But if we do it, it's two things that explode, each of them 3.6 thousand average damage. So overall it's probably the better option if we can get both of them to hit. This one also gives you some one extra meter, so it gives us between 3 and 4 effect radius difference. I'm gonna play with this for a moment, see how it goes. But first of all, I'm gonna go to the town and change my gems. So Havoc Orb would do less damage after I do the change. Where is my occult damage? I've got some occult damage here, and I think in a pistol I had some occult damage. This Umali Wiki Belt, 48%. Another item that you can grab off of me if you want it. First things first, removing this. Ah, shit. That just for a moment, just for a moment. Okay. I'm gonna remember that my good shadow gems are those here. Those are my good shadow gems. And it's weird, I had more occult damage gems with 10%, but I probably gave them away, and that's fine. That's fine. Let's quickly check the belts again, if there's anything better. "18 occult versus 22. I'm gonna lose force shield, and I'm gonna lose the shadow damage to spells. But this damage added to attacks is good if you're using Havoc Orb as a rage spender. This would give me extra survivability, extra force shield, but no damage. I'm not sure what else. Well, this one's also nice. Spell damage, cool damage, health. But maybe sticking to the one I've got for the moment is the better option. Let's put this Shamshir here. I don't need this. Okay, next. Next, another map. Whitening resistance is fine. This is fine. I don't want those explosions. I'm gonna reset, rewind. Duration of crowd control effects maybe is okay. I'm not doing cater damage, I think. Yeah. I do whitening damage, by the way, but it's on attacks, so it doesn't matter. I really wish they would add caster, one-handed weapons for casters. This is such a great whack currently in the game, only having two-handed mage weapons. Wait, oh, I didn't realize it was still alive. You can see it's pretty fun, and it fits a mage. Havocorp definitely fits a mage playstyle, so that is something you can get without using those pants as a rage spender. So if I were to change to completely force shield pants, that would work fine for me, and that wouldn't be sacrificing my elemental damage, so my fireball would actually be doing more. Cool 2000, thank you Cool 2000 for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. Enjoy your stay, dude. And to anyone who's watching, I always say it, if you need some help with leveling, farming, I wouldn't mind assisting. If you need some unique items, feel free to ask me, because everything's getting wiped, so I wouldn't mind giving you some of the stuff I've got. In fact, I've got almost a full stash page with items that I can give away, trade, or whatever you may want to call it. And get this Wolcen hype going. Few more days, guys. Couple more weeks, roughly. But yeah, in 4 days we're losing all our saved data, all our data on the servers. So take the chance to experiment with wild builds, with things that you normally never thought of making. And try and farm as much as you can, test as much as you can, or maybe even get an early start on an offline only character. If you want to be playing Wolcen for the next couple of weeks after the wipe, before the launch, you're probably gonna wanna start the offline only character. Because only offline mode would work after the 29th, which is 29th is Wednesday. Okay. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong buttons. I wanted to press number 2, but I pressed number 1. Oh, and what I was saying about Havocorp, I didn't explain it well enough. So without this, let me quickly use up all my rage quickly, so I have 0 rage to work with, so it's not messing the numbers. So without this It's where is it? 4.5 thousand average damage without all the buffs and everything. But this adds 2 projectiles, not 2 projectiles in total, but a total of 3 projectiles. 3 projectiles of 2.4 thousand each. So it's like 50% more in a way. So yeah, that's why probably this one is better for trash clearing, and the other one is better if you want to be doing damage to bosses. The one with the 3 projectiles is still good for bosses, but you have to be a bit closer to make sure they get hit by all 3 projectiles. But if you're only using it to dump the rage, that's fine. You can just do whatever if you don't count on this skill to do damage. But might as well count on it to do damage, because it's not that bad. And as you saw, if you go for a more hybrid setup where you're stacking more attack damage, it's actually pretty strong. Another thing I can suggest is going for a setup that uses where is it? This thing here, no. This thing here, attacks gain 30% from the last spell cast. The type of damage is the same as the spell's damage. So with this thing you can boost Havoc Orb to a lot of damage, and there's rings that give you the exact same modifier. So if you find rings that can give you extra 15% after using an attack, after using a spell for the next attack, that would mean Havoc Orb would benefit from this 15%, then 15 from one ring, 15 from another ring, and then 30 from this. So that would be extra 60% bonus damage from the last spell cast. I'm not sure whether this would stack from different spell types, but I think it's only from the last spell cast. But look at that, at the moment I'm stacking different ones, different bonuses of damage for myself. Seven Sister Pact, another item for giving away if someone wants a tanky ring with HP. Yeah, I'm liking this, it's a fun setup for what it offers. Of course I would ideally play it with a 4 shield armor with this rage based damage and a 4 shield helmet, and then I would be able to maybe remove those 3 points of spell damage and add them for the wife leech affecting 4 shield and spell wife leech. Either for that or 1, 2, 3 points here for extra occult, elemental, and then those 30% if I'm using Havoc Orb as the major damage. And it's different than playing a turret mage. Probably not gonna take you very far, this setup, because I don't see this surviving easily on veteran 5, 6, 7, etc. But if you're good with dodging and use your range to your best ability, maybe then you might be able to do something good. But you told me earlier doing kind of, before reworking the skills, I did like 20k with Havoc Orb. Hello Mahvash. Mahvash, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. Welcome to the Struck Pub, dude. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, join the hype. Enjoy the hype. And I just saw the question I missed. I missed the question about the resistances. The way resistances work is you don't have to max them out. Resistances in Wolcen work in such a way that they are good, but you have to decide whether you want to do a resistance build, or whether you want to do an HP build, or whether you want to do a force shield. So HP of course can be a mixture between HP and force shield, or HP and resistance. But you have to decide, and resistances work very well, but you don't have to max them out. They're just damage reduction. That's what resistances are. So the more resistances you have, the more damage reduction you have against that type of element. And the higher you go in the difficulties, the more resistances you need, as it's logical. And that's why certain builds might struggle with the survivability unless you're going for an all resistance build. And that's why even mages, if you see someone playing harder difficulties, you might see mages with all resistance gear. You might see some pure mage doing all resistance. Canti Lever 66. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club, Jude. Much appreciated. And enjoy your stay. So yeah, resistances are good. If you want to be pushing harder content, you want to do something with the resistances. You want to rework the build, get resistance gear. And I think they need to do something about force shield being a good alternative to all resistance gear, in a way that force shield should give you extra elemental resistances maybe. I think force shield should be the one that is innate, built-in resistance to occult or elemental, and weak to physical and toxic and rend. I think that's gonna be a very good way of making mages being the what's it called? Thank you, Holy Chat underscore for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. And as I was saying, in many games, mages are usually resistant to spells of all types and are weak to physical damage. Usually the mage armor, the ropes, etc. in games is the one that's by default strong against other mages in regards to resistances. So maybe they might need to rework the force shield in a way to make it that you don't see mages in full all resistance gear, because it's the only choice for pushing the hardest content in the game. So probably force shield should take less damage from certain attacks. Let me see how it works at the moment. I've not read it, but I think there was something special about force shield taking less damage from certain things. Let me check. Force shield. No, it doesn't say that force shield takes less damage from certain types of sources. So if elemental and occult do less damage to force shield, it's gonna be nice. And maybe if all resistance gear is that one for tanks, it normally gives you more physical. In most of the times when you go for an all resistance build, your material resistances and physical ones would be the ones that are the highest. Currently with this setup, I don't see myself doing something harder than veteran 4-5 maybe, with some dodging. Even then it's gonna be pretty difficult and many things will be able to one-shot me. But you can get builds for up to like, I think up to 5-6,000 force shield is achievable with min-maxed gear, with full force shield. And you can make things like this skill makes it so that damage over time, such as poison, bleeding, etc. doesn't affect your HP and affects your force shield instead. And what we need is, we need item that allows us to convert HP into force shield. We do have items that converts force shield into HP, but it would make sense to have it the other way around, to have a 1 HP build. So something that converts 0 HP but 1 into force shield, and that would be great. It would be similar to Deathless Mouse or Deathless Flak or whatever Deathless in Borderlands, and I think Path of Exile had some similar builds with the witches or other characters where you would be kind of having the mana shield being maxed out and the HP being only 1 and not taking damage for your HP until your mana shield is down. So something similar here would be perfect as a either passive note or an item that gives you that. I think a passive note would be better. So let's say maybe somewhere here on the third ring when it arrives we would have one of the passives giving us this ability. A big major passive, not one of those small ones but one of those bigger ones would be perfect. Well, I still need to kill some more enemies, so there we go. Okay. Well, no. I'm thinking of changing my fireball again. It's only 4% crit chance. I'd rather do this. Oh no, that's not the one I wanted. That's the one I wanted. Yeah, that's it. Oh wow, zombies. It's not zombies though, but I call them zombies because they look like zombies. They're called abyssal spawn. Those little things that charge at me. But yeah, the way I've set up my build, I shouldn't be using Havoc Orb and rather doing this. Oh, no, fuck, wrong one. I should be using this. This is how I set my gear. I was just showing you an alternative option if you don't have the unique item that I'm using, if you don't have those legs. And you want an alternative rage spender that is not Thunderstrike, that is converted to shadow and costs rage, thanks to this item. Okay. So we can go and challenge the boss now. Okay, I got used to playing with the Havoc Orb, so I'm gonna have to realign my playstyle to the changes. No. He drained my willpower just when I had barely any left. Okay. Yeah, I didn't play it to the best I could. I could have played it much better. it's a bit more tricky to play it with the Thunderstrike opposed to the Shadow Orb, Havoc Orb. If I had a occult version of Havoc Orb, it would have been perfect. And by the way, have you seen all the previews? They released some new previews, which, oh shit, I accidentally started my torrent instead of my Discord. Just give me a second. So on Discord they released some good stuff yesterday, and you can see some of the previews on the link that I'm going to give you now. So this link contains information about how we are going to be able to level up our skills all the way to 90. So you can see, I'm gonna open something here. You can see this skill is level 20 and the maximum skill level at the moment is level 20, but it's gonna change to 90. And you see here I have 20 skill modifiers, but the maximum would change to 10. So the maximum skill modifiers is 10, and we would have 16 total skill modifiers, and currently they cost 4 points or 8 points. For the basic, which the correct term would be minor, medium, and then there's gonna be major, but they're gonna cost 1, 2, and 3 modifier points for minor, medium, and major. So at level 47 we would unlock all modifiers, which are 16 modifiers total, opposed to 8 or 9 right now, and the maximum 10 modifier points would be unlocked at level 59 of the skill. So we would still have 31 levels to level up. And I quickly want to show you some previews that were released. Just give me a moment. Save image preview. Save image preview. Infos. Just a moment. I want to show you something I was showing the last few days while I was streaming Wolcen. I was showing some of those previews, but there are some new ones I've not shown to anyone who doesn't want to open the link, and I'm gonna show it to you on my stream. Just give me a moment. Save image preview. Save here. Oh, that's a lot of stuff to be saving that I didn't save yesterday. So that's gonna be new skills and new skill modifiers. In the meantime, I think I'm ready to show it to you. Let me quickly open up a window. Honeyview. Honeyview is opened. Then, so this is a modifier for the turret that allows us to have a force field that reflects projectiles. Pretty neat, eh? Then another one would be this one. This is a new skill. It allows us to drop a smoke bomb and become invisible. And this smoke bomb has different modifiers, such as a modifier that allows us to drop the smoke bomb and turn our whole team invisible if they're within range. And the good thing is it not only turns you invisible, it also reduces the threat level. So if you have a tank in the team and you want to make sure you're not taking aggro together with the healer, maybe if you have someone that's focusing on more of a support role, you can probably do that next to the caster and leave the monsters only attacking the tank and have some sort of a trinity. And this one is a railgun skill, a new skill. You can charge it up to 3 times. It has different modifiers, such as maybe one of the modifiers increases the damage and allows you to only charge it up to the 3rd maximum charge. It doesn't allow you to shoot it before it's fully charged, but gives you a lot more damage. So as you can guess, the more you charge, the more the damage, and yeah, there's different modifiers. And this one is something I've shown already. They showed it a few days ago. This is a new spell that allows us to teleport. Based on how much we charge, we are gonna be doing different damage and different area. So you can see it charges up to 3 times, and the more you charge, the bigger the area, and the more the damage would be. So it's healing and doing damage. This one is bleeding damage around you, and all of that info is on the link that I shared. This is a modifier for one of the archer skills that allows you to shoot 2 extra little circles next to the big one. This is a modifier for Arctic Spear that lets us shoot extra projectiles. This is a modifier for Anvil Slow that makes it, instead of hitting a round circle, this one here, it makes those other shock waves, so it makes it much more fun. And this is a skill that pulls the enemies towards the center. More info about it again on the link. So it pulls the enemies and deals damage over time in the center. And this is a modifier for Aether Jump that allows you to return from where we started casting the skill shortly after. And that's all of the previews I have on my PC right now. I'm showing those every now and then, because not everyone knows this. Not everyone is following the Discord, Twitch, and I mean Discord, Twitter, and Reddit, I think, is where they post this. I got this from Discord, because it's much easier for me to follow than there. Oh, purple chest. Come to Papa, give me some good wood. So getting that hype going with those previews, and there's gonna be more previews next week. So we just gotta stay tuned and watch out. Agent Tunic. Okay. Wait. There. Okay, I need to spend my willpower a bit. Yeah, having the ability to heal the force shield with health globes and to heal it with wife leeching would definitely fit well if we had some sort of way to convert the HP into force shield and just only leave 1 HP there. And I hope something like this ends up being possible. Even if it's not possible on the launch, I would strongly suggest for them to make it possible eventually. With a patch or whatever. An item. The easiest way to add it is with an item. With an item it's gonna be easy to add without having to rework the skill trees and rebalance the nodes, etc. So yeah, the easiest way would be either some sort of an armor or legs or whatever. Even a belt. The belt would be perfect thing to add this on. So people would have to decide whether they want to sacrifice not taking a trial belt for damage or a legendary belt and taking something that's unique. It's probably not gonna give them a lot of damage, but it's gonna give them the ability to transfer all HP except 1 into force shield. And then we're gonna be able to see builds with 20,000 force shield, which would be amazing. 20,000 force shield build. I need to kill some more enemies. Okay. I'm intentionally only using my rage spender now to make sure my willpower is full when I need to return to the boss. now we're ready. He's gonna feel some willpower before the boss fight starts. Let's go deeper and deeper. As soon as we got that extra 50 wood quality modifier, the map started dropping more items. Do I wanna use Homali Waki Belt? Let's do it. After this fight I'm gonna switch to the Waki Belt for extra 50% wood quality. This is 49, it's not 50 but it's getting there. Oh! Oh! But it's Fire and Aether. Look, if it was the same type of damage, if it was let's say Aether and Shadow, Aether and Sacred, or Fire and Whitening, Fire and Frost, or Whitening and Frost, it would have been nice. But if anyone wants it, triple socketed 2 times flat damage pistol, let me know. And it has Wife Leech, crit chance and resource generation, so it's not too bad. Ideally the resource generation wouldn't be there, and there would be a third flat damage, but still something. I can save it until I need to drop it. The same goes for this one. If I have to drop one, I'm probably gonna drop the Sea Tamer, because I've got some spare ones of it, I think. I also have 2 spare Regicide marks, so if you want the physical pistol, which could be good for certain turret setups if you're doing material turret. Squishy against those tugs. And yeah, my resistances are very weak at the moment, so I just have to dodge and avoid, otherwise that will happen. Just a second. I need some water, just give me a moment. Gotta hydrate, especially when we're streaming and we keep talking. The need to hydrate becomes much bigger. Alright, next. Let's try and group up some more. I don't think those are enough for a big AoE. Oh, Gore Maker, never mind. Let's see what we can get with this. Yeah, 2353. I think that's kind of not that good. I've got one with 55, I think. I've got some of those to give away. If someone wants this dagger, don't worry. I've got a spare one. I can give you away in the warehouse. Still trying to find some uniques that I'm missing to experiment before the wipe, just to see if I can get some interesting setups going. I really want to try this a lot of HP, a lot of Wife Leech rogue with with the shadow, what's its name? Shadow Slayer's Fury. I wanna make a Slayer's Fury with a lot of HP. And White Leech for sustain. Because I think that's what Slayer's Fury needs. It needs a big, either a big force shield base or a big HP base and a lot of force or Wife Leech. Because with fast attack speed, Slayer's Fury can keep your health replenished as long as you're hitting. Can go and do the boss fight finally. Let's get back. Oh, it's not here, it's all the way there. Long way down. And to the east. Can I change the map transparency? It's better like that. Pretty subtle map transparency with those settings. Need to do some spending here. Oh, not this guy, together with the demon. Bad combo. I'm gonna have to pull this guy away from the demon. Ah, they ran away. Okay, I might have overextended here. Can we reach? Okay, the demon would be easier when that guy is not there. One more map maybe? Or is it two? Two more. With this one included. What was this? Oh, it's the tome. This is another alternative choice for a build like this one. If you end up using Havoc Orb instead of Thunderstrike, because it's gonna give you some extra attack damage, it's gonna give you some extra spell damage, but you have this transfer time reduction, which is a nasty modifier, a very nasty modifier. Like 62% is a huge number. And yeah, you can get this transfer time reduction from helmets and from, I think, was it... Could something other than a helmet give it to you? I'm not sure. This one is good. This could give you extra 40%. Let's actually play with it for a bit. Let's Let's try and play without this 32% occult and 12 ferocity, and without this 13 agility and 25 occult. So the damage definitely would suffer. We're gonna have more force shield and more of that transfer time. With this transfer time, it's just wow. And if you need those shoulders, I think I've got one of them spare, by the way. So I've got one spare of the legs, I've got one spare of the shoulders. And one spare of the rings, if you need them. So at the moment I've got so much transfer time that... Look at that. I can kind of keep it with barely even doing any transfer. Just a little bit more. Let's make it 21%. Hello, Aneurysm69. Welcome to my Twitch, welcome to the Struck Weapon, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it, and nice nickname. Let's see. Oh, ambush. No, right, next. Close sometimes. Can't wait for that modifier of Arctic Spear that allows us to shoot extra projectiles. This together with the weakness one would be amazing combo to keep spreading weakness all over the place. Which way could the boss be? I think it's this way, and then up, and then back to the east. Phew, that was close. Oh, wow. Okay, so I have this offhand to give away. I'm gonna take it. So if anyone needs it, let's quickly check if it's better than mine. I think it's slightly better than mine. Ooh, slightly. Wow, 4% extra damage instead of 15, 19, and then the occult is slightly better, just 1%, but the wisdom is better as well. Overall, I think it's the better option. boss is this way. Is this the way? Let's take this. Might as well. Just need some extra willpower. I'm thinking of something. I'm thinking of, instead of using consuming embers, actually using Havoc Orb. But then I won't have that much stuff to consume willpower, and it's gonna be a bit of a trickier setup to do. So I'm gonna have two rage spenders and only one willpower spender. Not sure it's better that way. I think I enjoyed it a bit more with Fireball. But for bosses maybe that's gonna be better though. Because for bosses, standing on the same place and using Thunder Strike is not really good, and I can't run and use Thunder Strike, but I can run and use the spear, and I can just drop the orb and move away. Drop the Havoc Orb and move away. If it's a boss fight and I have to do a little bit of kiting. Oh, there's some elites there. Let's take that. Wait, I wanna check something. Have a corp. I do have this one, reduced minimum rage, so okay, a range. And critical hits deal more damage is 30% extra crit damage. Or 1 more meter radius. Oh, wow, didn't even notice this is close to me and can hit me. Thought I was in the safe side, far away from the enemy. Well, what the? Okay, let's go back to Firebow just in case. Okay, and now should be getting close to the boss. I think it's right after this turn here. Yeah, I think that's the boss room after this U-turn. What? How? How? I mean, I was far away from him. I was pretty far away from him, so I don't see how he could... Well, now one more death and that's it. And it's tough because I wasted 3 times of dying before even the boss fight. Now I'm gonna have to play super safe. And that's a Devourer. Well, super safe works for me. Just a second, I got some sort of notification. Never mind, nothing interesting. Okay. Now I've got some gear again to give away. I'm just gonna remind everyone. So everything on this page is for giving away. If you want it, tell me. And it's yours. Like, maybe some of the legendary items are not, but all those unique items are the ones you might want and therefore giving away. Here only this helmet I probably need for myself, but if you really want it and wanna try a build with it, feel free to take it. I don't think I'm gonna be playing much more with it now, cause I doubt I'm gonna get the gear I want before the wipe. Just quickly checking if I've got one of those. I'm gonna keep a Sea Tamer to give away, and I'm gonna get rid of this pistol and sell it. And then here I will get rid of this and put this pistol here if someone wants it. This pistol is also pretty nice, by the way. Alright, let's get rid of this. 7 Sister Pact. So yeah, I've got 2. You can have... Look at how many O'Malley Swaki belts I've got for you guys. If you want a magic find, got you covered. Let's do it like this. think there's anything I can sell that I don't need right now. Anyone wanna see any other builds, any other setups? This was me trying to make a mage build that is not a mage rogue. Like it's not a close range mage. And yeah, you can do it only with spells if you have those boots, those legs. If you don't have those legs, you just need a rage spender, and the best option would be to use a dagger and a pistol together with a catalyst, and then use Havoc Corp instead of this as a rage spender. And if you do it that way, then you can do this. Wait, did I just sell by accident my occult damage shoulder pad? So with this one, I'm no longer gonna be able to do the rage cost, Thunder Strike and the rage cost Winter's Grasp, but I would be able to do rage cost Havoc Corp. So this is how it's gonna be if you didn't have this unique item, just to show you how it works. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Minted. Starting off well. Unique from the get-go. And this is, by the way, what I've got on the passives. So we've taken this. Hello, the booth. The booth, welcome to my Twitch channel. Welcome to the Struck Club. Nice to have you here. Appreciate you following me. So this is what I've got on the passives. We're going here for this willpower and rage. We're going here for this max willpower and rage, taking the crit damage on the way and maybe a little bit of crit chance. Then we take pierce for the projectiles. We take this one. All projectiles pierce every target within a 6-meter radius. And I only took it because I already took this for critical hit chance for the projectiles. Maybe you can try and not take those 4 notes and take things like increased projectile damage, or even this elemental occult damage, and then this one to increase the attacks. I think it would be pretty solid to remove the spell damage and increase the attack damage if you're using the Havoc Corp. And then here we're taking this crit damage, increase regular damage, decrease with some projectile damage and attack damage on the way. Nothing too fancy. This one is here just to make sure that damage over time is not dealt to our HP but to the force shield instead. Not a meta build, but a build good enough for farming the easier difficulties, without needing to worry too much whether your willpower is enough, because you do have Rage Spender. And this is the budget version. This is the budget version, because with the budget version you don't need these legs. You don't really need this one, but this helps, and this helps for the setup. And those rings help, but they're not really needed. And this is just my magic find item. I normally am using something for damage, such as This one. So yeah, the budget version without a single unique would be just put a different one here, but the transfer time would be increased, so it's not gonna be that good. And then put any rings you have that give you flat damage to attacks or flat damage to spells, or occult damage or elemental damage. Even material damage build would be fine if you're building towards Havoc Corp. Even material damage would be fine if you make sure that Havoc Corp is the big damage dealer rather than the spells. If I build towards Havoc Corp, I can probably get it to do a lot of damage. But at the moment I'm building towards the spells. But earlier you saw me doing 20k with Havoc Corp without even trying. And this was on the single Havoc Corp, which I'm gonna show again. The single Havoc Corp, which was with this. I do need more rage though. To make it pop and do that damage, we need rage. Okay, I think I need to change this and this to be in different places. Just switching their places makes it easier for me. That was perfectly synchronized hammering. Okay, let's bring it back the way it was. Oh, the boss is not ready yet. And you don't have to be using dagger, a pistol is fine as well. If you have a good pistol, you can use it. Triple socket is suggested, and going for occult stats is suggested, but if you want to go for something like physical material damage, then put material damage or put damage to attack stones. Like if you put shadow, sacred or aether damage to attacks gems, like this one in the middle here, the sapphire, the one that gives block efficiency in an offensive slot, would be flat damage to attacks. This would be good if you're focusing on Havoc Corp damage. Since I wasn't focusing on it, I went for the cool damage stuff while I was doing the shadow, sacred combo. For the budget version, you probably might want to focus on something else. You can also put elemental damage gems if you want to be focusing on doing more damage with the fireball. Or you can even put this one, the ferocity one that actually gives you crit chance score. But I forgot whether it was attack or spell crit chance score. Currently, probably your coat is my biggest damage. Let me check. Damage. My rend seems to be the highest. Not sure why. Why is my rend the highest? Because of the flat damage here, but that's to attacks. So only to have a corp. So I can do this. And I can do this and this for material based damage. Less force shield though. And I should have used the other boots for material damage. This is also material damage and this is material damage as well. Cooldown reduction. So with the material damage it shouldn't be a problem if I go for it with the have a corp setup. Let's try and make the build centered around have a corp quickly. Currently my crit chance of have a corp is 50%. That's fine. That's more than enough. I can maybe sacrifice some points here and get this one here. Oh, do I want the spell damage? I probably don't. But the other choice would be doing this thing. That's gonna lose me this spell damage and this total damage, but I'm gonna have 3 more points. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Now we have 6 points. So if I'm not going for spell damage, I'm not gonna take those. And just looking at all the things I can get. There's material damage here. Crit damage here, 20% crit damage. There was some crit damage here as well. Health on the way. Really wish this was not the health but rather attack damage. But yeah, let's see if there's crit damage somewhere here. There's material damage, ferocity, wife leech. Well, I can just get the projectile damage maybe. this needs to be close range. So let's do this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So now the spells would be weaker, but the attacks would be stronger. And there are things that are worth testing, but I think Sunny Stash is better than that. And what I was meaning is there's rings that give me damage to attacks after using a spell. They give me basically the exact same thing as this passive, but 15%. The exact same thing this one gives me, 19%. But I already gave away 2 of those rings the other day, so I probably don't have any left. This one's nice, but damage to spells instead of to other stuff. This one could do the trick, by the way. So if you're going for material rather than occult, we want our boots back. We want our boots back for material damage. We don't want that force shield. Then where did it go? Ah yeah, I had another pistol somewhere. Sacred Aether Fire. Crit damage. I'm gonna check all the pistols, because the pistol would be better than the dagger with flat damage to attacks. Toxic Fire Occult. Where? 2 pistols, 3 pistols. Fire Aether Sacred. I think this would be the better option. Let's get the sacred damage now. Okay, let's do it. Oh, I do Aether, so can't take it now. So the spells definitely do less now. First of all, I wanna just gouge the damage difference of the single. Need to fuel my rage quickly. Let's hit without the mine. Without rage it's 13,000. I think I can get it to like 30,000 if I stack my rage and all the bonuses and buffs. 23. 24 and something. Getting there. That's still not a bad number. But the good thing about it is, if I do this, it's better because it's gonna end up hitting for 6-7,000 but 3 projectiles. And if you're close enough to the boss, you can hit him with all 3. 8,000? Oh, okay. If only I had that trial belt. Test it with it. I think I saw 10,000, so that means 30,000 if all 3 projectiles hit the same target. And I'm not sure, but maybe this does sacred damage now. Can it actually do sacred damage? Since most of my attacks are sacred. Shadow is still the stronger one though. But that's due to the buff. That's mostly due to the buff for the shadow. So let's go back to occult damage. Occult damage here and occult damage here. Probably should have been focusing on shadow rather than sacred. To get the most out of it, and then I can use the other legs for extra shadow damage. Are they there? Yeah. Okay, let's use the legs then. That's gonna reduce my material and elemental, and probably should use the other boots, but even then this is fine. A little bit of material damage won't hurt me. pretty fun. And yeah, this is a good setup for farming and it's not my only farming setup. I don't have one setup. Every day when I'm streaming I'm doing more than one thing. It's just how I'm doing right now is experimenting. Before the launch I want to get as much data under the belt in regards to testing to know what I want to do after the launch. As much data as testing for what skill works with what modifier well, because there's gonna be twice the skills and twice the modifiers when it launches. And there's gonna be a lot of changes, and probably I won't be surprised if they add twice the unique items to what we have right now. They haven't said anything about how many more unique items we're gonna get, but my guess is there's gonna be at least 50% more unique items than the number of items right now. Hopefully I can find some of the items I'm missing though. Morbid Retribution, yeah, not the one I need. But at least it's a unique drop. I'm enjoying all this ranged stuff. Oh, 12,500, so that is 37,000 damage if all three of the projectiles hit the same target. Of course, my real farming setup is a melee Bladestorm build with Warpath. If you wanna see it, I can switch to it in a moment. With a two-hander, with that one I clear things pretty quickly, because the spin to win is just great, and then you have the Warpath that people have already gotten it to do 140,000 damage with min-max gear. Warpath is a great mobility skill. It's like a shielded charge that increases your movement speed for a moment. You start just pushing through. But since I played that setup too much, oh, 13,000 now, and it wasn't max rage. So if I can get it to do 13,000, that's amazing. That's close to 40,000 total with all projectiles. Yeah, I think I should have gone for shadow damage gems. After this map I'm gonna go and change my gems to shadow. I put my shadow gems in an armor piece, so I'm gonna take them away from it. Ah, damn. Prison. Escape it. He's in a very nasty spot there, on the stairs. That was quick. Let's change a gem now. Just a moment. Where was this armor piece? Armor piece with 3 sapphires. Armor with 3 sapphires. There it is. The armor with the 3 sapphires. Well, morbid retribution. Do I have one to give away? If I do, it's slightly weaker, so I'm gonna sell this one. Keep the other one. $200 more average damage on the tooltip there, on the stats window. Alright, let's see. Let's get rage first. We need some rage. Trying to max out my rage. Wondering if I can get it to do more than 13,000. Let's do this for now, just to check. 15,000 with the basic one, without maxed rage. And that's without enemies who are weakened. So if the enemies are weakened, of course it's gonna do a bit more. Most of the time I'm kind of gonna be one-shotting them, so I won't end up doing damage to weakened unless it's a boss or elite. I need my rage potion for those testing purposes. No, shit, messed it up. Now 21,000. But I could get even things like spinning blade to do 20-something thousand on different builds. Speaking of spinning blade, let's use it. Phantom blade, not spinning. I'd rather use Firebow, by the way, because the Firebow gives me extra buff damage because it's a spell, and after using the spell I'm getting a bonus damage to attacks, so seems to be the better option maybe. But what we can do is we can get extra shadow damage from this one, just as a buff. So we stack those two shadow damage buffs. With each other. Now let's see if we can get a single projectile of the triple one to do 15,000. If I can, that would mean it's 45 total, so back to willpower, because I need it for emergencies to regenerate willpower before teleporting. I can't hit them. Okay, one of them is dead. Finally, this guy was a bit tricky to hit. Yeah, with this spell, it's kind of the range. This is the minimum range. So I'm attacking here, but it can do it there. And since it's a slow moving projectile, it's a bit difficult to hit a target that's jumping all over the place. Here. No. Okay, he survived. He survived. No. Now I end up having too much willpower, not enough rage. Without the fireball to spend easily. I don't think this costs as much as the fireball, that's why. Let me quickly check. Consuming Embers, willpower 89, this one willpower 76, 0.3 cooldown, and this one doesn't seem to even have a cooldown. That's why I can spam it so easily. But if I play safe and don't rush into the enemies, even with this setup I should be more than fine. be an ambush as soon as I saw an empty room that has not been cleared out. It felt weird seeing an empty room that I haven't passed yet. What about this one? Movement speed, my favorite. Oh, that's the boss room. As I suspected, I'm gonna need to return and kill some enemies. Come on. There should be some more here. The game is making me go so far away from the boss. But I should have done it. I should not have come to the boss room before clearing out some enemies. This chest should have cleared it while I had the chance. Gore Maker, yet another one. I'm not even gonna pick up this one. Sacrificing this to the wood gods. A unique that we're not even gonna pick up. Come on, wood gods, give me something good. I'm not gonna pick up now the ones I already have repeats and I don't need. Right, finally. Alright, next. Deeper and deeper. And just when I was thinking it would be nice to get one of those wood quality magic finds modifiers or whatever, it comes. That was exactly the thing I was thinking during the loading screen. Wouldn't it be nice if one of those appears, because I haven't seen them in a while. And the game heard my thoughts. Somehow it read them. OP game, reading minds since, what was it, 2015? Or was it 2014 when the game started on Steam? It's been a few years since this game came as early access on Steam. It's been through so many changes. Like they started with an initial idea, started building towards it during the alpha, and then they decided to completely change the directions, made a U-turn, scrapped the whole story and everything they had, and the open areas and the waypoints and open exploration they had in the alpha, for what came with the beta being a more catered towards random procedurally generated stuff for endgame, etc. beta, and then they added the story of the beta in beta content update 1, and then they added more stuff with the Wrath of Sarisel content update 2. And now this beta feels much better than some other games that might be considered launched already. So when this launches, I can only imagine how much better it would feel than now. I know they have some extra endgame content that they're not letting out on yet. They even said that there's gonna be story for the endgame. So not like quests. I mean, not like the story from the story mode, but some sort of things that we're gonna have to do in the endgame mode. I'm assuming is what they mean by story for the endgame. How many came? Oh, that was what I was waiting for. Let them come to me. Let them come to me and eat my projectiles. I think I can min-max my damage if I get a better chest piece, maybe some rage rings, but even with Sunny Stash I'm happy with this setup. Let's see here. Wow, they keep coming. Nice. And we're ready to go for the boss fight. Okay, can we rush it? I'm going the right way. Okay. Fair enough. Let's go. I just want to do a test quickly. I want to do a test if I'm getting messages. Just a moment. After this fight I'm gonna stay in a corner. Just to see, sometimes my chat reading software doesn't feed me messages. Test. So, okay, it's working. Sometimes it doesn't feed messages from Twitch, sometimes it doesn't feed messages from YouTube, sometimes from Mixer, sometimes it feeds from just one of them, sometimes from two of them. Wanna test it. I already did, so that's fine. You should have all seen a test message, and I did see that it got delivered. If it got delivered, then that's fine. Oh no, wait. Phew, that was... Oh, more zombies! Run away. Choke point. Oh, that was a nice explosion. have we here? Life leech from spell damage, Frostator to spells. Yeah, I don't really need it, but if anyone wants the items I'm dropping and wants me to give them to you, let me know. I've got probably better items to give you, so to anyone who recently joined the stream, I have a lot of uniques that I'm willing to give you for free. I don't need them, and since, as I said multiple times, the game is getting wiped before the launch, you might want to experiment. You might get some extra free gear now. Even if you're a sole self-farm player, if you like finding the gear yourself, it's giving you an option to get a little bit of extra information, a little bit of testing done before the game starts. So maybe you can stop being so self-farm for a few days before the launch, experiment, and then you would have some extra data to go on regarding what would be okay to do in regards to skills, and if you, for example, get this item while leveling in the post-launch phase, what to build with it. Oh, wait. That should give me some rage. Having all this weakness on that spear. Whoa. Demon, stay away. Not my friend, demon. Spawning. How are we doing? 65% on the way to spawning the boss. Few more fights. Ooh, this was kind of scary for a moment. So many abyssal spawns charging at me. Haven't seen some drops in the past few minutes. But I haven't been killing many elites either. We got them all. Can't wait for that modifier for Arctic Spear, and that lets it shoot little projectiles. It's gonna make Arctic Spear into Diablo 2 style Frost Orb, or like Entropy in Torchlight Frontiers. Okay, a few more enemies, a bit too early. One more pack. How? I mean, I know how. There is this guy here, stacking with the damage from the others. Alright, they're ready. They're ready to meet their doom. And I'm ready as well. No! Shit, I hope I don't resurrect. I don't resurrect in the projectiles. Sometimes it happens, like I would immediately press spacebar and start resurrecting, and resurrecting the boss's attack. Thankfully I managed to kind of delay it by a split second, which was needed. So that really helped. What's here? Oh, global life reach, that always comes handy. Yeah, if anyone wants a build that's easy to start pushing without much investment, turret builds are your friend. I'm kind of bored of turret builds, so that's why I'm trying to do something different. And all the setups I've been trying the past few days have been avoiding the use of turrets. Seeing some good stuff dropping recently. But we can't have all the mobs being nice, but this one is currently at 200 magic find, because I did find one of those modifiers. And as I was saying earlier, they really need to reconsider making the drop rates for any unique be the same as any other. So every unique should either have the same drop rate, or they should add a new rarity for the ones that they want to be dropping easily and call them mythical or whatever they want to call them. Currently some people, I think, have told me they spent over 200 hours trying to get certain items to drop and still not getting them. And that is a huge amount of time. That is a huge amount of time just for getting a unique item that for an ARPG, for MMORPG that's fine. For MMOs you might end up doing 30-40 raids with a good team and still not get the item you've been trying to, because it's not your turn, because they have to share the items, and MMO maybe doesn't have instance looting where everyone gets their own drop, and that's understandable. But for an ARPG, I think 100-200 hours is a bit of too much to try and just get a measly unique item. I think the thing that should be harder to get should be min-maxed legendary items, and that's where crafting comes handy. With crafting, even if you don't get a min-maxed legendary item, you can eventually, with enough regents and enough crafting, eventually you would end up getting it to your liking, making your item have the stats you want. But for uniques, we shouldn't be grinding that much. And since this is a beta, I'm sure they've taken some feedback regarding seeing how some people were saying that certain items are super hard to find. So if they want them to be uniques, there has to be something to make sure every unique has the exact same chance to drop as the other ones. I would be fine if they make a second, not second, but what is it called? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th rarity. If they make a 6th item rarity and call it something else and put some of those rare uniques in there, I would be fine for that. That way I would know that certain item is not meant to be dropped as easy as another one, because they are different rarity. And I'm an item core, I do care a lot about wood and drop rates. This is probably one of the things I care the most about game. I'm one of those boring people that would play a game even if it had zero story in it. Even if the game only had the end game and didn't have a single inch of story, I would play it. But of course I do enjoy stories. I like things with nice cinematics and nice cutscenes and just to get me through the journey. But once I do the story once, I rarely return to do it again, unless there's a new game plus mode that offers some things that are special, that that cannot be experienced under normal mode. Even on Diablo 2, I was not a big fan of having to redo the whole game in Nightmare and Hell. When the game came out back in the day, 20 years ago. But I had to do it eventually. So I'm a big fan of games like this one. You do the story once and then you can create a end game only character. And then once I create my outs, I can power level them for a few minutes. Probably after the game launches, you won't need more than 1 hour with someone to power level your character to get it all the way to 90. If they're doing level 90, 100, 120, 130, 40 enemies, you should be able to level up to 90 quickly. But we'll see, I can only guess. Currently you can get to level 20 in a few minutes if someone is power leveling you. From level 1 to 20. And that is a good thing. Diablo style, Diablo 3 style. Having an endgame only character, and instead of having to respec every time, you can just switch characters. But the thing about switching characters is it takes a lot of time if you are not playing on an SSD and if your machine is not too strong. You would have very slow loading times while switching characters. You can't just immediately take a few seconds, go back to the character selection and jump back into the game, because the initial loading time is big, but there's a bonus about that. It has a big initial loading time, but all the other loading times are super fast, like when loading into a map or when changing into a different consecutive zone. Should be some enemies I've missed. Oh, and red chest. I'm actually happy I didn't miss the red chest because I needed to return. This is maybe where we get our wood. The most I've gotten is 4 drops from this. 4 legendary / unique drops from a chest. So let's see if we can get at least one this time. The red one seems to be the best one out of those cursed chests. Oh shit, 2 of those demons. I'm gonna pull back a bit. Did they? No, he's still not dead. Something dropped. Well, it's one thing. It's still fine. Maybe it's a very good ring. Steel is good because it's crit damage innate. Not too bad, but material and fire to spells, not a good combo. But look at that, spell crit chance score, force shield, and 2 defensive stats which I really don't need. Wait. But my wood sense is tingling. Let's see if the boss would give me something. Wait, where's the boss? Oh, that's where. Am I even hitting him? I can't tell. Ah, what? shit. I teleported into his into his melee attack. I forgot he has a melee attack for up close. Most of the damage I can do with rage, but I haven't had the time to keep my rage up. Oh, at least I still got him. But my biggest damage dealer at the moment is Havoc Orb. Ah, no, so early. It's pretty early to die. Keep doing the wrong thing. On this setup I shouldn't be letting the enemies reach me. I think I saw 16,000 earlier, and maybe it was just me seeing wrong. But I think I did see 16,000, and that's with the triple projectile, so that's gonna be a total of 43,000 damage. No, 48,000 miscalculated. No. Wow, okay. Again, I let them surround me. It's just a very bad way of me playing the build. Teleporting into a bunch of enemies and losing my willpower and not being able to get away. Okay, 30 something percent done. This is the final map of the run, by the way. 6 out of 6. Then maybe we can modify the build again, or maybe try a different build. If anyone wants to see melee or something else, let me know. I'm gonna end up arriving too early and not killing enough enemies on the way. My guess is the boss would be here, on that side, so maybe go on the other side first, we'll see. I've already started doing here, might as well commit to it. Yeah, I think that's the way for the boss, towards this elite. So before going for the elite, let's get the crystal. The what's it called? The altar. Let's get the altar, and then it should be enough to get the boss to show up and get wrecked. No, getting wrecked by the whirlwind. Okay, the boss is probably gonna be one of those whirlwindy thugs. Get rid of these little dudes from across the road. I don't think I can afford dying, can I? Those are a bit difficult to hit, because they are very mobile, very fast. And leapy, stompy. Okay. So yeah, once again that I'm in the town, I'm gonna let you guys know I've got things to give away. Everything you're seeing here that is purple or pink is for giving away. The same goes for everything purple and pink that you're seeing here. It's for giving away. I've got legendaries that I can give away. Use them, because this gear is gonna be gone in 4 days. Everything is gonna be gone in 4 days, so if you want to test certain unique items, certain setups, take your chances now and do that experimentation. Let's show you a bit of spin to win now. Let's go full material damage. Material damage. Material damage and this one probably deserves to go here somewhere. Kinda running out of space again. So many drops. I'm gonna have to delete some items. There's no other way. So for this build, this item is one of the good budget choices, but a better choice would be the Executioner. And this is not just a spin to win setup, it also works on... It also works for... what's its name? Anvil's Woe? No, not Anvil's Woe. Actually, yeah, Anvil's Woe. So it works either for Anvil's Woe or for spin to win, and this is a setup for Exorcist 8383. Welcome to the Struck Web, thank you for the follow. How do we change a spell from keypad 1? You go here into the skill tree and you just drag it. You drag it into the right place you want it to be. So you can drag from here, but you can drag from here. It's pretty easy once you learn it. It's just the way it's made. It's not what people were expecting. The price rises on launch day on the 13th of February, so I think until the 12th of February we would have the cheaper price. So if you're waiting for salary at the beginning of the month to get the game, you can still probably get it cheaper, €10, $15 cheaper, before the 13th of February. So I think it's gonna be GMT time. I think the way the game would launch is probably somewhere around the day, the middle of the day, maybe noon or maybe midnight. We'll see on the 13th. They haven't set exact launch day time, so my guess is either around noon time because the developers are from France. So they're on 1 hour ahead of United Kingdom, I think, of the GMT of the middle of the middle of the time zones. Let me just quickly check what I want here. I want Wings of Ishmir. So enough of the sorcerer play style. Now we're gonna be doing a bit of melee. So this one I wanna sell, and I wanna put this here. So if someone needs items, let me know, guys. I really would rather give them away than and let someone have some time of testing and playing with those items rather than losing them completely after a few days without letting someone have some extra testing under the belt. Okay, enough arrangements. Just rearranging stuff. So yeah, all of this is for giving away and all of this is for giving away. Pretty good stuff, honestly, most of it. So for this setup there's two choices. One of them would be to use material damage only. And a weapon like this that only gives you material damage, this one gives toxic and physical, is good for the material damage only setup. And the material damage only setup would probably go like this. I normally take this, but this time I'm not gonna take it. This time I'm gonna do something different. This time I will only take this one without this damage for each nearby enemy. So we need this thing here. Can get extra damage from this place, melee weapon damage, and there was more crits. Where were the crits? They were here. Crit damage. Material damage here. Well, let's get health. Let's just get some extra health, why not? And since we have the chance to get ferocity, also some wife leech won't be bad. There's attack damage as well, and there was some material damage somewhere. Wait, oh crap. I forgot about this one here, and I don't have enough points for it. Okay, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what I'm gonna do after that. Alright, I need to respec quickly because I forgot about the most important thing for this weapon. If I'm doing a different weapon, that's not needed, but for this weapon I need it. I need that conversion here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more point if I go this way. And I need 1, 2, 3 more points, so this is the only way I can get it quickly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is when only using material damage bonuses, and I should have a material damage belt somewhere here, but I'm gonna use O'Malley. And I do have somewhere a material damage amulet. Material damage amulet. Was it this one? This one. This was my material damage amulet. It's not a bad one. So material damage, material damage, material damage, material damage, and what physical? Material damage. And this weapon only does material damage. And this works with 2 skills, 3 skills. You can use this, you can use this, you can use this. You can even use this one, but this one has serious troubles with the rage. And it's so slow. I think this one would work if you manage to stack up shit tons of attack speed. Probably. So I'm gonna do something for speed farming. The spin to win is the way to make the speed farming go smooth and fast. So normally this build, when I first made it, I was using this damage for nearby enemies, so this allowed me to, instead of using this one, to maybe take this extra crit damage and attack damage. And I even took this on the way, those 3 points, because before I had this attack damage, health, and this one, and now I have 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Not sure how much better it would be, probably it's not better, but at least I've got a bit more HP, and I can dodge through enemies if I want to, and I've got a bit more HP. Probably the other version was better, and I initially made it for this skill. This is why I initially made the build for Anvil's Wall. But Anvil's Wall is not the best for speed farming. But it's a fun setup. Definitely a fun setup as well, if you want it. But you can see it's very mobile. You have... wait. Yeah, you have this one that I've made to cost stamina. That gives me rage. This gives me rage. You have this one to travel quickly through the map. So back to spin to win. And currently I've set up my spin to win for more damage against bosses. If you want to be finishing the bosses with Warpath, you can modify it, and instead of doing this you can do this one for extra 30% crit damage. Actually, I don't need the more likely to apply ailments. I was experimenting, so you would probably want something like this. If you don't need the reduced rage cost and that, you can do this one. But the damage ticks are applied less often with this. But it's still not bad. James Telltale. So on bosses you want the ticks to apply faster. The faster the ticks apply, elites and bosses will die faster. So of course you wouldn't benefit much from this. Alternatively, you can even try converting physical to frost, but if you know we are not doing any other damage, then and look at that, that's 0 damage. Literally 0 damage. Because we can't do any damage other than physical due to our passive. So you can't do the frost one here. And that's why I prefer maybe this one. I was playing some bleeding build before, that's why I had the more likely to apply ailments to see if I can implement toxic bleeding spin to win before. That means if I played build bleeding, that's probably set up for bleeding too. Maybe not anymore. Just wanna check if I'm using the correct ones. I need to test a fire damage build for the warrior. I'm gonna test it sometime tomorrow probably. Although I wanna play Chaos Bane, so maybe tomorrow I'm gonna do a little bit of Chaos Bane. For whomever is interested in Warhammer Chaos Bane, you can ask me things now. And tomorrow I'm probably gonna do some Chaos Bane and then some Wolcen afterwards. But if you wanna know about Chaos Bane, feel free to ask. It doesn't compare well against Wolcen, but it's the closest thing in regards to comparison. Of course, Chaos Bane has very bad itemization, but it's the only Warhammer Age of Sigmar ARPG we've got at the moment. We do have Inquisitor Martyr, but that's the 40k ARPG, it's not the Age of Sigmar one. That's isometric. We do have Vermintide, but Vermintide is more of a first person, so again, kind of different categories. And this is stronger if I use my other weapon, the one that has 3 FAT stats, and I put FAT damage gems on it, without converting, without this passive, I'm not sure what it's called. Gods Amongst Men. So without Gods Amongst Men and those conversion skills, and using a different, I have another hammer that has 3 FAT stats, which is I think toxic, sacred and physical or something like that, with 3 sockets and with some FAT damage like shadow, sacred, etc. FAT damage, it's okay, it's better damage than with this one. Hello, Ditanis, welcome to the Stroke Club, dude. Thanks for the Twitch follow and hope you enjoy your stay, really appreciate it. Oh, what's this? Edgy. Oh, Edgy is another good item for budget version of the physical damage build, the material damage build. So if you have Edgy or Rygar's Hope, in Rygar's Hope you would want 3 of those gems for the physical damage build. Edgy works fine as well, you can't put gems on it, but you know that you're doing only physical, so this works. This increased material damage works. For a starter setup it's okay. That's actually pretty good setup for leveling up. For leveling up until you find some good skills and good gear, you can try and use something similar, but probably without this one. You would not want to be using this one. But I would suggest if you're leveling up as a melee, you would want to rush this thing here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You can rush this, then you can invest some points here, and then you can probably invest some points here for melee damage or here for HP, or maybe even start moving towards this one. My suggestion would be push this one, then get this one, and then try and get this one way or another. So with this we get 1, 2, 3, 4, and then those 3. With this we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and those 3. So the fastest way to get the most out of this skill would be to spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points. So it's gonna be interesting when the game launches for Spin to Win to level up, but I think Spin to Win is good for leveling up. It's a pretty good starter setup. And of course you won't be able to hold it for this long until you get the skill leveled up and until you get this rage per kill. The rage per kill is the bread and butter of a Spin to Win setup. So that's ingredient number 1, rage generation on kill. Ingredient number 2, this one, Conqueror of Will. No, wait, this one, Voknafein's Conviction. With those two things you can have your typical charge to spin setup. Keep charging the build, keep charging it, keep charging it. It will not stop as long as you're killing enemies. Of course there's gonna be a lot of new stuff, but as a general guideline this is still okay. Another thing you could probably do is try and spend 1 point into damage to stunned targets. Normally I actually do it. Normally I actually put 1 point here and sometimes even 1 point here. And that means we're gonna have to get rid of those 4 points. And we can get 2 points here, and then where might I wanna get some 2 points? 2 points. Well, I can get some attack damage. Yeah, that's not gonna be a bad idea. Normally I used to play it like this, especially when I played with Anvil's Woe. I used to try and go for this setup, because with Anvil's Woe we wanna be stunning, and then you wanna be gunning for the stunned ones. Shouldn't this stun? Because he didn't stun them. Stun. Yeah, it should be stunning. That's strange. This would also be a great skill to play once the game launches as a starter skill. For a starter build this is also probably a great combo. But it again needs those points. It needs this one here, and preferably this extra rage to get the most out of this. Even if you don't have items with the Manic Swother, which is the damage per unspent rage, which definitely you wouldn't have when you're starting out, the rage on Q is totally worth it. I would have been taking this rage on Q even if Manic Swother was not there. I think the rage on Q is actually the the one that is the more important, the one that should have been here. I would have put the rage generation on Q here, and then the 2 damage per unspent rage probably here. Manic Swother is only 2%. Yeah, you can get the rage too with this setup without any rage from items. 1400, 500, that's okay. 1500, so that's what, 15 times 2, 30% extra damage. So it's not too bad for just that skill extra 30% damage with the maxed out rage. But when you add items with this extra rage bonus modifier, then things change completely. And as I said, the third skill you can play with those passives is this one. Bleeding Edge. Oh, I need my rage potion. I forgot that I switched from a mage to a warrior. And now my rage is suffering. keep forgetting when switching builds to switch my potions for the right build as well. Let's go this way. Something that is fun. Wait, I'm gonna have to kill those before showing you the fun stuff. Is this one. So you have an axe spinning around you while you're spinning yourself. But this is very heavy on the rage consumption. So it's kind of not the best to use it right now. You need very good rage cost reduction for this to work. And you can get it, you can get good rage cost reduction, you can get up to 20%, no, I think 36% rage cost reduction from passives. So there's rage cost reduction here and here, that is 10%. Then you get another 14% from those two sevens, so that's 17%. No, that's 24%. And then you get those other 6% here, so that's 30% rage cost reduction. And then you can get some from items like this one, 18%, this one 13%, so you can get up to 20 or 19%, I'm not sure what the limit is here, from those items. Like, where was my other material damage? Probably not here. I think I had something else with what was it? Rage and willpower cost reduction, but with material damage. Probably left it in the warehouse somewhere. Well, yeah, that's just theoretically if you want to be using bleeding edge to spin around you while you're spinning. It is possible, but it's gonna require a lot of rage. Look, I had two axes spinning around me. You can maybe just limit it to just one axe. But the damage I'm getting just from the spin to win is enough for this lower difficulty. And this is not a build for pushing the spin to winner. Next. So yeah, a bit of melee. We did play a lot of mage today, a lot of mage, a lot of rogue. Starting with the rogue with Slayer's Fury, moving on to different mage, and then moving on to a ranged setup with Havoc Orb. So it's been a journey today. And it's still not over. It's 9:50 in the evening. I'm probably gonna stay until 12:30, 12:40, like 30-40 past midnight. We'll see. I think I've been here since 5 in the afternoon. Let me just quickly check. I think it was uptime. Was it uptime? Uptime. I don't want out and tap. 5 hours, 1 minute. Okay. So we got another few. I've been here. Wait, where have I not been? Maybe this way? Oh. So, I think I came from this way. Did I? Maybe not. Yeah, definitely it didn't come from this way. Alright, spiders. That was hard to open. Hard to target this one. Oh, a white chest. Let's see if anything good drops. Ah, wow, missed. Okay. I'm gonna group them up like this. Oh, we can go for the boss fight, but it's pretty far away from here. Or maybe not, maybe it's actually this way. I thought it's the other way from where I came, but it's not. Never know where the legendary or unique is hiding. Pretty bad on this run so far in regards to the drops. It's not dropping much of the good stuff. I think only these 3 crowns brooch and that was it. These 3 crowns brooch, I'm gonna sacrifice it to the wood gods together with this and this. Come on, give me something good. You know you want to. Should be raining uniques, come on. Start raining uniques. My wood sense is tingling. I can feel. Okay, there we go. Wow, wow, fuck. This was it. This was just the best time. I just dropped 3 fucking uniques and I set my wood sense is tingling and then we get the fucking trial belt. Is this fucking real? Oh man. Now this is the belt I wanted. Now I can test some stuff with this belt. Oh, I'm gonna be having some fun time tomorrow with this belt. This belt, for those of you who don't know what this belt does, is why I'm so happy to get it. It's a belt that's very rare to get. And this is what it does. 100% chance to apply Mark of Impurity on hit. And Mark of Impurity does weakness. And does weakness. And if you change your Mark of Impurity and equip it here, it would actually do the things you changed to it. So if I do this, it would start exploding if I equip it. It won't start exploding if I don't equip it, but what this does is it curses a target, increasing the damage it takes. So basically applying weakness to the enemy. So I can do something like making them more vulnerable. And increase crit damage. And I can do this. Actually, I can do marked enemies or SWOT. If I do marked enemies or SWOT, you know what this means? This means that builds that use this thing would always be doing that extra 25% increased damage. So yeah, definitely I'm gonna go and respec after the 6th map and go for my other spin to win, for the one with my non-material spin to win, the mixed damage one, because that way I'm saving some points. This sound you're hearing is me applying the effect. But this was like me summoning the wood gods to give me the trial finally. pretty amazing. That wood sense, man, that wood sense. I'm gonna have to make this my wood sense is tingling as a logo for t-shirts and stuff. It just needs to be done. Applying weakness, I'm probably gonna go for cursed and shadow damage on my other weapon. I wish I could disable this sound, by the way. I wish I could disable the sound of the Mark of Impurity. And since it applies, what's it called? Weakness on hit. Does the hit benefit from the weakness itself, or maybe only the second hit benefits from it? Was that elemental damage? Oh, it's tier 3 as well, not 4. Right, let's go for the boss fight. bit of an annoying sound, isn't it? I bet you agree with me. And I'm gonna do another test just to see if my chat is working. Oh yeah, it is working. YouTube is not... Wait, YouTube? Is it receiving? Oh, it received it. Just a bit delayed. Okay, one more map and then going to the town. I'm gonna do some changes to the build just to see if I can squeeze some more out of it. Sapphire. So shadow damage. Come on, pick it, pick it. They kill the enemies. They're not letting me pick it up. He starts attacking them. Seven to 10. Nope. Definitely a nope. 8 to 12 is what I want, but 7 to 12 is okay as well. Sometimes it is worth summoning the wood gods. I need to clip this, by the way. I need to, after these 3 months, I need to go on Twitch and cut it, crop it. Because it was coincidence. Of course, I didn't intend for it to happen like that. But shit, man, this was just totally unexpected, but feels good. Well, now if I get another one, I'm definitely gonna be giving it away, because a lot of people have been asking in the trade section of the Discord server for this belt. So if I get a second one somehow, I'm definitely gonna make sure to give it ASAP to one lucky person. By the way, when the game launches, the uniques would be scaling with our level. So higher level uniques would be stronger than the lower level ones. Is what I'm getting from the discussions I'm reading in the Discord. It could be wrong, and it could be just me reading misleading information, but I think that's actually how it's gonna be as well. Currently they just limited it to make sure we don't get super strong and overpowered. To have some... Currently if you have a level 50 item, it's still gonna be as strong as a level 20, stats wise, in this game. In fact, the level 20 might be even stronger if it has better rolls. 6 to 12. Spell crit hit chance, 99 force shield. Not a bad one. Another sapphire. Light up the fire with the sapphire. Nope. It's a low roll. This one's also bad. Okay, let's equip the Umaliwaki belt for some more farming. And then I'm gonna be testing some stuff with the trial belt on slightly stronger enemies. And this trial belt is something you might want on any type of character, regardless whether it's a melee or not. It doesn't say attacks applying this, so it works on any build. The Nerdy Gamer, welcome dude to the Struck Club, thank you for the follow, I do appreciate it. Yes, if you start playing everything gets reset when the game launches, but it's still good to do it because first of all you're saving money if you buy the game now. If you're planning on buying it on launch, I don't see a reason why you would wait and not get it now. It's gonna be €10 or $15 more expensive on Steam when it launches. So if you buy it now, you're saving money and you're gonna get a little bit of experience under the belt to know how the game works, like to know about the stats, to know about the different types of defenses, damage types. So you have material, which is physical, toxic, rent, elemental. So all those things to kind of get a little bit of experience when the game launches. You would be able to kind of focus on doing the story, leveling without worrying whether you're doing things right or wrong. Or if you don't want your stuff to reset, that's okay, I guess. But if you do start the game now and need items, I can give you some items. But if you feel bad about losing items, yeah, you can probably wait. In 4 days the stuff would get wiped because the servers are closing down and we will not be able to play online with our online characters. But between the 29th and the 13th, when the game launches, the servers would be in maintenance and we would still be able to play offline only characters. So we do have offline only characters as an option, but they're offline only for a reason. So the other weapon I want to be using now is, where is my Warhammer? I want this Warhammer. And on this Warhammer I want the gems from, where is my... I want this shadow. Alright, 8 to 11, 8 to 12. So 8 to 12, 8 to 11, and maybe 8 to 10, unless I've got a better. Do I have a better one? 7, 11. So 7, 11 or 8 to 10. This is a tough choice. Maybe I've got another 12er. I could get 8, 11 sacred, and it's not gonna be bad. A little bit of extra sacred stuff. This gives me shadow, no, shadow to spells, physical to attacks. Okay. Eight to 10, 7 to 12. Alright, let's just get this 8 to 10. Let's get the 8 to 10 going. So switching items, and that means switching builds. Switching builds to something slightly different. Not too much, but still gonna be different. So I have 2 points to put here. I don't need that material damage right now, and I'm not gonna be going for the material damage setup, but Stun chance score, not actual stun chance, but stun chance score. So definitely not something that's definitely gonna be worth it. So health. Probably gonna get this ferocity, this global wife leech, and then do something like wisdom. No, I don't like this. Maybe some HP. Critical hit damage. Critical hit damage. I wanted that crit damage, and now I can do this. And now I've got 1 point. And why not apply this one as well, I guess? Or maybe that's 25 ferocity. Let's go for that one. Could have saved points and maybe taken this movement speed and then taken this attack damage for extra damage, but extra HP doesn't hurt, honestly. Could have taken even more HP, but now I've got 3.1 thousand and I still got decent damage, and with the trial belt it should be more than plenty. Okay, one thing we probably might wanna do and check where did my... I wanna see if this one would improve the damage. It doesn't. It just doesn't improve it. How's my ferocity? 354. I can still probably get some more if I decide to remove some points. Like I can remove those health points, and 1 point here could be spent here for extra ferocity instead of 15 HP. I'm gonna test it later for extra more damage. Oh shit, I didn't get the most important thing. Okay, I need to respec again. Just quickly. I didn't get the most important thing. Ah, damn. This is the one I missed before. So now we need this. And what did I have before? I had this ferocity here. And I think I had this one here and this one there. Crit hit damage, crit hit damage. Okay, I'm not gonna get the wife leech this time, I'm just gonna get extra ferocity. Here instead of the material damage I probably want to get something else. For skills, the average damage on the sheet means nothing. You need to check the damage on the skill to see it. Yeah, I know. I use the average damage on the sheet just as a general. And actually attack speed does mean for Blade Storm. You can see for Blade Storm, you can just see quickly how fast I'm spinning here. And if I equip this and this, you can see how slower I'm spinning. So spinning faster means faster ticks. So the damage ticks would be faster with attack speed on Blade Storm. But yeah, I'm just using it as a general guide. It's helping me generally understand how much damage I do as an average. Of course, each skill has its own average based on the attack speed, etc. So yeah, attack speed does help with faster ticks. Does it? Well, it seems to be spinning faster. It does seem to be spinning faster, but yeah, it does definitely give a huge crit damage boost. I still prefer using Sunny's stash because of the movement speed, and sometimes I like using this one for extra movement speed. But let's see, let's go Veteran 4. Let's do Frost Resistance. Let's do Damages Fire, Elemental Resistance, Lightning Resistance. Well, I have to give them... I have to do this. Let's see. Okay, let's test the attack speed then. We can test it right now. This is the fastest attack speed I can get. But we need the same enemy. It's hard to test on an enemy that dies from one hit. So let's do it with the other ring. And this is definitely affected by attack speed. It would be nice to see on the stat sheet of the skill to see how many seconds per tick, like 0.5 seconds per tick, 0.4 seconds per tick, something like that would be nice to see it somewhere here. Ishmir's wings are heavily affected by it. Another thing that gets easier to control with Arbiter rings, Warpath. Warpath becomes easier to control with the slow attack speed, especially if it's a slow movement speed. Yeah, the trio belt, huge boost, huge boost. It doesn't seem to be evident on Bladestorm. I can't seem to find the difference. I see that it spins slower, but the ticks don't seem to be applied less often. So attack speed doesn't seem to have anything to do with the ticks, which is strange, because normally it should. So it's just changing the animation. Visually you can see the effect changing and spinning slower, but the real result is it's not doing anything other than the slow spinning when you have lower attack speed. Check that silver stone. This weapon is a perfect candidate of adding a new ability, a new stat. So if I were to put some crit chance or whatever modifier on it with a regent after the game launches, because items with 5 modifiers can still get a 6th one. So with regents we would be able to add things like Avenger Auto Turret, or maybe using things like what was the Frost Nova, Winter's Grasp, or even adding extra flat damage. It would be amazing to put Aether damage gems and be able to get Aether damage by adding the stat with this thing. Where did it go? Where was that regent? That regent. I'm not sure if you're seeing it. Let me check quickly. You should be seeing it. So with this one, I would be able, if I socket my hammer with flat Aether damage maybe, or if the limit is 3 flat damage stats, then maybe I can socket it with ferocity gems, which would give me attack crit chance. I should be able to get that stat added on an item like this one. Okay, enough of this. I will try on a boss, but it needs to be a boss, and I definitely like trying for science. It needs to be a boss that's beefy. So I'm gonna have to try and survive without dying until a boss fight. In a difficult. I can go champion 1 maybe, but in champion 1 am I even gonna survive reaching the boss with the spin to win setup? That's also a thing. But definitely gonna do it for science. So close. I just got like trolled. Now I'm gonna kill them, and here's the boss. Okay, I'm not gonna charge with my charge. Okay, let's move away now. Change the rings. And try again. Hard to tell if it was faster or not. really hard to tell. Yeah, it's not easy to tell at all. %10 code damage, not bad. $84,000. I didn't even have maxed out rage, and I don't have I don't have the best items for rage damage. My chest piece is 5% only. So this is only, oh no, not 5, 6%. 6% and no rage rings. Let's try and find another one of those elites. There's also the possibility of Blade Storm and other abilities having a maximum skill attack speed, maximum effective attack speed, and after a certain threshold it's kind of a way to get more attack speed for certain skills. But why I was looking at the average damage is because I was just changing things that don't affect attack speed. This doesn't give me attack speed and this doesn't give me, and I was just changing different things that don't really affect it. Especially when changing the gems. Rent toxic whitening. This whitening, but it's only one socket anyways. Okay, one of the same elites. I think this one died quicker than the other one. Earlier I was fighting with the Ring of Arbiter, which supposedly does more damage, and I had more rage even, and the boss died slower. So I think the attack speed actually did work on this enemy. Or maybe this one was weaker than the other one. Because this one was white name, the other one might have been yellow name. So kind of, again, kind of difficult to tell. Boss is not here, but let's check for a chest. Shit, demon. Demon. Seven to 12. I think this gem with the block efficiency is great for a tank setup with support sockets. Wow. Okay. Another Wookiee belt. Under the belt. 45 magic point. Yeah, sacrificing it to the wood gods. Maybe the boss would give me something good. Oh, I do have a few reses left. Shit. This should not have happened. Okay. Ah, the damn spear. I hope I don't get spawn killed. Okay. Let me do something. Let me test. I'm gonna test champion. I'm gonna test how quickly I can die in champion with this spin to win stuff. Okay, let's reset this. I do not do Aether damage. Okay. Come on, give me something good. Damn, it's giving me shit modifiers. Come on. Let's see. So far so good, but I'm only killing regular enemies, not bosses. I would lose a lot of damage if I change my amulet to a batch, but let's see. I just wait for my rage to go down. But yeah, I'm losing flat damage, then material damage, then crit damage, then HP, and a lot of all attributes. Come on, go down. This rage is not going down. Come on, come on. How do I make it go down? So this is average 3586. Average 3529. Average T3203, yeah. And this movement speed, of course, it's nice, but it's nice when it's stacked up. It's probably better if I use Sunish Stash instead of the Arbiter, then it's gonna stack up. Wow, I did not see this mage. And yeah, the mages can one-shot. Fuck again. He just spawn killing me. Ah fuck! Stop with the damn spawn kills. Okay, I'm just gonna run away. And just kill them after that. Oh, finally. Only a staff though. 3 times flat damage, 2 sockets though. It would have been interesting, because it's fire, frost and whitening. This is the perfect staff for an elemental damage build. Really the perfect stuff for an elemental damage build. Spellcasting, crit damage. The only thing to make it better would have been spell crit chance or spell wife leech. How many we're fighting? Wow, it's like a big train, a huge train. It's rear. They just endlessly keep spawning. Wow, we cleared them out finally. Now where's the boss fight? This way. Fuck, I got stuck. There we go. This happens with Blade Storm. It does get stuck sometimes on the edges of the map. Am I getting a bandit boss? Was that 15,000? I think, or was it 151,000? I couldn't tell. I've got 2 more hours, by the way, folks, until I stop streaming, so plenty of time to test some other things. I'm gonna be testing the what's its name, the Ambius wall, together with the trial belt, to see how much I can get on that one. So champion 1 with Blade Storm, it doesn't seem like impossible, but I needed the belt. For that extra wide reach that it gives me, because my passives don't give me wide reach. That trial belt. Just quickly checking. 712 92. Still alive. Alright. Let's see. And the poison rings, by the way, are the ones I was equipping before to test the attack speed with increased attack speed. That's why I wanted to have the poison rings first before switching to the arbiter, just to see. On this difficulty it's a bit easier maybe to tell, but still I don't think it does anything to the Blade Storm other than changing the animation. Oh wow, take this one shot. Okay, I'm gonna wait for this. Let's try and rest. I hope he doesn't do the... Fuck, another melee one shot. Please don't do the beam. Okay, I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna run away, get my willpower. Not willpower, rage. Get my rage up and then kill him with... Shit. Yeah, champion 1, a lot of damage on this map. This is the hardest map to do. There's so many things that could do shit tons of damage from out of nowhere. No, no. And it's over. At least we got the unique on time to sell it. 18 material damage. And I think the one I've got saved. 15 material damage, 25 toughness. Wait, why do I have the 15 here when I had better ones here? Let's put this one here. Okay, next comes Anvil's Woe. Of course, with Anvil's Woe I'm probably gonna die instantly, but I wanna check it. I really don't want to give them this, but I'm gonna have to. Because my damage depends on crowd control effects. And the belt gives me crowd control effects. Oh, that's the wrong rings for this item, for this skill. The wrong rings for this skill. Yeah, with this one it won't work, cause you're pretty slow and you kind of are standing at the same place attacking with this skill, and the enemies can just easily attack you and then one shot you. This would work if I get a build with a lot of HP with the armor that converts for shield, and with this skill it's gonna be fun. Don't need this. And this enemy is probably gonna get me. With this skill the problem is the rage transfer. We need more rage transfer with this. There is not enough rage transfer, so using willpower would be the key to make this better, and we do see already some good skills teased. I think the skill that would fit very well with Anvil's Woe would be, where was it? Preview. I think this one would fit very well. Anomaly also would fit very well. So Anomaly would also fit very well to just get the enemies clustered up and then start using Anvil's Woe. Get the enemies clustered up, then start using Anvil's Woe. And that way you're gonna be using willpower. But the thing is, you would need one-handed weapon and an offhand. And the offhand that would go perfectly is the one that doesn't give transfer reduction. It's not with me, but the one with the shadow damage, the Eneract. It would be perfect because first of all this spell is shadow actually, so it's even better. So I'm just gonna hold X, give up here. It's pointless to go with this skill on that difficulty. With this setup. So with this offhand, with those legs, I can see this as a build, like this offhand, this helmet, those legs, the chest piece that converts force shield into HP, so we can benefit from the force shield from this and the force shield from this. And another one-handed weapon, which probably currently doesn't exist, a one-handed weapon with shadow damage. I really think this would be amazing to charge, but the crowd control immunity doesn't work the same way we want to, and it's not gonna work well because it's material damage, and it's not gonna go well with those legs. So a good one-handed weapon with some shadow damage would be perfect. And then we do something like this, able to charge the ability to deal more damage. The problem would be the crowd control, so probably without the charging it's gonna work better. Something like this would be amazing if it's a one-handed, so Sacred Shadow, maybe a bit of Toxic, or Aether. Aether would be perfect, Aether damage. And with crafting it's gonna be doable. And then this is good for a tank, but this one's gonna be better for extra transfer time reduction, because that's what we need for this one. We need the transfer time reduction. So if I had the chest piece, I could even do it right now, this build, with good anvil sword, because I really want that transfer time reduction. But we don't have this spell, and the only shadow spell I could use at the moment would be, where is it? Where did it go? My one-handed weapon. We need a melee weapon. Not this one though. Occult Shadow. This one. It doesn't have a second flat damage though, but it gives me Occult and Shadow. This one is good. And was that a mace? Yeah, it is a mace. It is a melee weapon, so I'm gonna be able to use Anvil Slow with it. Occult, Fire, Toxic. Well, that kind of is it for my one-handed stuff. Shadow, Sacred and Occult, but with only one with only one socket. Let's see which one is the better option. $43.71, $41.53. Yeah. Being able to add 3 socketed occult gems is just... It's not even gonna be occult gems, it's gonna be shadow gems. Oh, it's a war. I put it in the wrong place. Damn. Why did I do it? Why did I put it in the wrong place? So I'm losing a lot of damage, but I'm gaining this transfer time reduction, and I'm gonna be able to I'm actually gonna do this, because the other one would cost rage with the current setup. And for boots, do I really want this one? Two 717, 274. Yeah, I'd rather use the other item. Because resistances are resistances after all. Code damage here. Well, for now I'm gonna go for this one. I'm gonna be losing a lot of damage by not using the rage based helmet. Hopefully the armor makes up for it. Let's try it. Without changing too much. Not gonna change too much, I'm gonna keep it the way it is right now. But instead of champion I'm gonna do some veteran. Didn't want to give them damage, but kind of needed to. I can actually look at how good this works. I can hold down number 4 for Arctic Spear and at the same time hold my mouse button for the, what's it called, Anvil Swow. But the damage is very low. The damage is very low because of losing the shoulders. And the transfer time still doesn't feel good enough. Should have been transferring already. Look at how slow it's transferring. Why is it transferring so slowly? When I have so much transfer time increase from the shoulders and from other things. $10,000-ish damage. Oh, this probably shouldn't have been here, but it's flat physical damage, so it's probably better than another gauntlet for attack-based build. Rage and willpower cost reduction. I think I lost transfer time by changing my helmet, or was it? I mean, this gives me a what? 40% transfer time reduction. And there's one thing that is not working maybe. Attacks are supposed to gain extra damage from Arctic Spear, but it's not showing. This is supposed to give me attacks gain 19% damage from the last spell cast. What if I were to remove this? It still doesn't work. So it doesn't count this as a spell for this one. So if I were to do something else, if I were to do any other spell, it should be able to give me the bonuses. Let's see. It didn't give me this one. Let's try Shadow then. Let's try this spell. See, this spell gave me the buff. Oh, this spell gave me another buff. It gave me this buff. That's why I'm getting it. So the other one is invisible buff. The other one is definitely an invisible buff. Oh, and I don't have Wings of Mishmir now, so that might be a problem, but I wanna see. I wanna see how far I can push the damage on this one. Yeah, I'm having problems with the willpower now that I did those changes. Stop chasing. I really need that armor with the what's it called? With the conversion to HP. And then this would be a bit more tanky and I can go full on in the HP, and then I can get things like this one and block chance maybe. I would be able to do something like this HP here to get this one here, not taking this one here. Yeah, let's quickly fix my skills. Where's Wings of Ishmir? There we go. Anvil Soul for now, yeah, it's gonna require some of the new skills to make it shine a lot. Can still make some other setups with it, but the one setup I wanna make for a more tankier Anvil Soul would require some tweaking and some other items to get. This armor would be amazing though. What if we were to do spin to win with this setup, with those items? Definitely much weaker with those items. Well, I was doing 14,000 crits with the other one. With the two-handed weapon. But two-handed weapons are in general stronger and meant to be doing more. No, I wanted to give up. I'm just gonna find the next elite then. Alright, kill me. Let's go to the town. Gonna switch back to the spin to win. Okay, am I missing something? By the way, again folks, to those of you who might have joined later, if you want some unique items before the wipe, all those items here that are unique are up for grabs, and all those are up for grabbing. Those ones I'm kind of in the process of testing and experimenting with, and I want to have at least one copy of them. But those bows, you can see all those 4 pieces I don't need as well. So a lot of stuff. Yeah, I don't have things like the trial to give away, or like a second Argan's heart. But there's Udelia's March that people are looking for. There's this one that people might want. This one. Some of the rarer finds. Just trying to see which one would work best with this setup now. I'm just gonna keep it the way it is, I guess. Just gonna use this and this. And I will try and do some farming on 5. Let's see. Might keep this one. Never mind, I won't. Does this mode actually depend? Does the wood quality even modify this? Like if I'm doing Ratusar itself, does it matter how much wood quality I have at the end when looting the chest and getting the rewards? I guess it probably doesn't for the rewards, but maybe for the items from the chest it does. Wow. And we already fucked it up. Yeah, let's just give up and try again. It's pointless to go on with 2 deaths. Let's keep moving. Oh, that's what I like to see. So many. That filled up quite a lot. Oh wait, they're on the other side. Boom. And Ryan Smith, yeah, the game would be cool on PS4. Sorry if I saw the message late, apologies for that. I disabled today my text-to-speech and it's kind of playing on a single monitor, so it's hard to keep track, but I'm gonna do my best. So yeah, it's gonna be amazing on console, and I think even on PC playing it with a controller would be fun. And there's at the moment different software that allows you to use controllers instead of keyboard. So it doesn't have official support yet. Not sure if it will at certain point. Probably it will. But there's different software that allows you to rebind it. And ARPGs in general are perfect for consoles. The ARPGs that don't require you to have so many skills on the skill bar are amazing. And this one only gets you what, 6 skills. Left click, right click, 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe 5 as well. I'm not sure. I'm gonna check how it will be when it launches. I think it's gonna be 5 skills together with the left and right click. I'm gonna check after this map. I have a screenshot of what it would look like when it launches, and I kind of forgot how it was, but regardless whether it's 6 or 7, it's easy to rebind it. Another thing you would need to rebind is 2 potions, so 9, and then you would need the 10th button for apocalyptic form, so 10 buttons are the more important ones. Dodging, 2 potions, apocalyptic form, and 6 or 7 skills. So it's something completely doable. No, ho, ho. It was right at the end. Shit, this dead. It was just right after killing the boss. And now it's gonna be S rank instead of S plus. Or will it? Yeah, I died like at the exact same time when the boss did. Well, if I'm farming those, I'd rather farm adept on those runs. What do I want to find? I need a mage armor with rage based damage. Maybe a better helmet wouldn't be bad. Ground drop, let's see. No. Alright, I'm not gonna be testing my work on this mode. If I test it on this mode, it's gonna be adept, because it doesn't seem to be giving me any better rewards afterwards based on wood quality. It's probably just based on the performance, not the wood quality. And I'm missing something here. But the game is definitely one to be excited, to be hyped about, because so far they've been delivering a lot of good stuff. They've been delivering a lot of updates in regards to what's coming. Not updates in the game, but updates in social media and Discord regarding what's to come. So they've been keeping up the hype, bit by bit. Byte by byte. Let's just quickly see what to get rid of. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Or maybe not, maybe not. Well, let's get rid of this one. So let's do some regular runs on Champion 4. I think it's fine. No, 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 no. By accident almost did this, and I need this. By the way, I'm gonna show you a nice glitch. It didn't happen this time, okay. Sometimes it happens, I get glitched out when I try to enter while mid-air. It puts me back into the town and it doesn't enter the portal. Cold damage 30% and rage and willpower cost reduction. Okay, now we're talking. So I can replace this one. Losing agility, but I think it's gonna be okay with the rage and willpower. Losing agility would mean losing actually damage from here. No, I didn't have rage to start spinning. Yeah, tomorrow with this trial belt I will be testing some other stuff. I want to test an elemental fire build. Elemental soldier, fire soldier. Maybe even the dual wield with the two swords, but the two swords are very weak because even a regular one-handed triple socketed triple fat damage dual wielder would be better than those two fire and ice swords. Stop this charging animation earlier than it happened, but I guess there's a minimum charge when you press the button. Let's see. Oh, never mind. I guess it depends on the cursor for the minimum charge. Gotta remember that. Fuck. Those spears. That was just the most unlucky type of dying. Dying to some spears from the dying enemy. And there it goes. Alright, I'm not gonna be using this, I'm gonna be using this. And this for movement speed. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. I still think that this skill really needs a modifier that makes it deal more damage based on the player's movement speed. That way we're gonna see some interesting builds where people were taking a more spread out approach to take all the movement speed nodes. And there's currently 6 movement speed nodes plus another one for 5%. So you can get 35% just from the passive tree. By getting this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then there was one here. Was there another one somewhere that I'm missing? I don't think there's another movement speed node. So 35% movement speed we can get. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be. I really wish they would add a search option for this one. It doesn't take that much, I guess, to add a search option. Just to be able to find some skills quicker, some nodes quicker. Path of Exile has it, but they've been out there for quite some time. Not sure if they added it right away. I don't remember that being there at the closed beta of Path of Exile. Can't really tell when they added it, but it was definitely not something the game started out with. The option to search through the passive skills. And this would be just a great addition to Wolcen as a quality of life. Post-launch, even if it doesn't have it on launch, we're gonna wait and see what the launch would bring, but if it doesn't, it's one of my stronger suggestions regarding what could be done to improve the experience of playing the game. Especially adding a third ring would definitely feel a bit confusing to a new player. Someone who has played Path of Exile probably wouldn't feel that confused, but there's people who would be coming from more easy to make passive build games like Diablo 3, or even games like someone who has played things like Victor Run or like Van Helsing, or even more casual ones that are kind of single player only, like those. And There was one called Shadows Awakening as well. So there's gonna be people who probably would play this game who have never played things like Path of Exile or Warhammer Chaos Bane that have similar passive tree system. This one is the closest it can get to Path of Exile with a twist. I don't think there's another game with that complicated of a passive skill tree besides Wolcen and Path of Exile. So if a new player decides to build for Force Shield, let them search for Force Shield and be able to highlight all the nodes with Force Shield. Or the same goes for crit damage. If someone wants to try and find easily where all the crit damage nodes are, without having to hover over everyone. I think this would be doable when someone makes a calculator. When someone from the community makes a calculator online, they might be able to add this option. And there's already 2 or 3 people who said in the Discord that they are thinking of adding one, adding a calculator when the game launches, a build planner or whatever you want to call it, simulator. And one of the greatest things about those games is the community and the fan-made tools that help you, such as in Grim Dawn. I think we had Grim Tools or whatever it was, Grim Calc. I think we had 2 different things in Grim Dawn, both Grim Calc and I think Grim Tools was the other one that was combining stuff like Grim Calc and some other things in the same place. Path of Exile has so many good tools for it, and Torchlight Frontiers, being in an alpha, still has a very strong modder community or data miner community that are kind of making calculators and planners, etc. even for the alpha. Great to see them do that. Hello, Deco F122. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but let's say you're Deco F122. Welcome to my Twitch, and thank you for the follow. And yeah, there is no need to pick up some of them, depending on the difficulty you're doing. Depending on the difficulty you're doing, and depending on the level you are at, depending what you're trying to do. But yeah, the trash items you definitely don't need. Some yellow items on a specific mode would be able to give you modifiers. Like, for example, if I have an orange helmet that gives me 9% damage per 100 unspent rage points, that's fine. But if I don't have one, I would be fine doing a certain modifier of the end game where this item can drop with this map mod, with this 9% damage per 100 unspent rage points. If I have a yellow helmet with this bonus, it would be stronger than a legendary without it. The same goes for my armor. It can go up to 9% damage per unspent rage points. And if I had a triple socketed yellow one, even if it's with 5% damage, I would use it. If it's a yellow one, but this modifier only drops at a certain condition. And if the conditions are not met, there's no point of picking the yellow items, if you've already geared up with better than yellow. Of course, when you're leveling up, yellow items are a blessing. When you're leveling up, you definitely would be picking up yellow items. Even blue ones would be picked up when you're leveling up, until a certain point when then blue would no longer be needed. And since the maximum level would change from 20 to 90, it's gonna be a long process. It's gonna be a long process, but eventually there would be power leveling. I think the story mode would take us up to like level 60-ish. This is just my guess, but currently Act 1 takes you roughly around close to level 20, plus minus plus minus 2-3 levels, depending how slow you do it and how many side zones you do. And since there's gonna be 3 acts and the level limit is gonna be 90, I think with 3 acts we can probably safely say we are gonna be close to 55, 60, 60 something when we finish the full story. And that would allow us some time to start farming. Endgame modes, like this one, for gearing up our final setups. And 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. Today I don't have the I don't have my text to speech, so most of the times when I get concentrated in the game, I'm apologizing. I'm missing messages, but I'm trying to make sure that I get used to doing it like that. Trying to make sure I get used to doing it like that because it's gonna be better for everyone if I get used to not relying on the text to speech and paying attention to my chat. So melee classes are good. They are very strong melee classes with the right items. And melee class is a very strong starter build, starter setup. So if you want a strong starter setup, you want either ranged or melee. Mages can be strong too, but for mages you definitely need levels and you definitely need gear to make a strong mage. And I think I'm getting disconnected or something. I definitely think something's happening here. Let me just test. So my mixer chat is not working, but my stream, let me quickly check if my stream is streaming. Well, there is a delay on my stream, I can see. Oh, that's a big delay that I'm seeing. Let me refresh. I'm gonna refresh all the other ones. Just a second. Yeah. I think probably my internet dropped for a moment. Well, they might be making something on the servers now. Sometimes my delay is not from me but from Restream. Restream is what I'm using to stream to 3 different platforms, and sometimes the delay is from them. And combine that with delays from platforms like YouTube, it's a bit bigger. Okay, let's play again. I don't mind public, by the way. Let's see. And if anyone wants to join me, feel free to. I could invite you. You can add me for some playing when the game launches, by the way. I'm gonna quickly give you my friend's code for Steam. And actually I need to recharge my mouse. So just a second. Steam friends, while it's loading, let's generate Steam friends, copy link. This is my invite. If you want to add me on Steam, this is my streaming account. I'm not playing the game from this account, but I'm playing the game through this account. So the game I own on my personal account, but I can still play it with this one via family sharing on Steam. And I'm glad you bought the game, dude, if you're still there. We can play together when the game launches for sure. Probably was some temporary drop on my end why I got disconnected. come on, come on. The initial loading is a bit slow. I don't have an SSD. It's strongly recommended to play this game installed on an SSD for faster initial loading. The other things load quicker, but the initial loading is the one that takes a little bit longer than one might be used to. And yeah, there we go. Didn't roll back. Still have this item I found. Let's compare it to my current thirst. 59, 15 casting speed, yeah, another one for giving away to viewers. If anyone wants items, hit me up. Hit me up, I'm gonna give you any of those you see here that are purple, and any of those that you see here that are purple, you can have them. So we've got another 1 hour of streaming, by the way. Hello, thank you Garen Hoff for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. Enjoy your stay and really appreciate that. Let's give them some damage. Or wait, do I do rent? I don't do rent, I can give them rent resistance. Shock chance. Right, shock chance it is. The unique melee rings, do you mean those? Those rings. They're not really rare, they're actually one of the rings that keeps dropping a lot for me. If you want them, I've got 3 of them to give away. If you really want those rings, hit me up and I can hook you up. So yeah, as you can see, I've got 3 spare ones over here. I'm just gonna arrange them better. So they may not be the best ones, but they sure are okay. I think what you would want here is ideally over 40% melee damage and over 30% crit damage. The better the crit damage, the better it would be for you. But I think those two would be the better choice if you want 2 of them. 40% melee damage, 33 crit, 52 melee, 31 crit. This one is still actually those 2 rings. This one is the crappy one. This is the ones you want. Because 19 ferocity 58, 17 ferocity 52 with 30-31. Those 2% crit damage would not be better than those 2. If you want them, let me know and we can team up. I can give you other items as well. We are losing all the gear in 4 days. So take it while it's here. Take it, experiment, have some fun for 4 days. With online characters, and then after 4 days, for the next 2 weeks afterwards, just to play offline only with new characters if you want to. My tag is just a second. You can try and use my Steam link. This is my Steam friend link. You can either use this link or try and add this tag here. Botman.7527. This is from my old account. I don't know how to change my name to be with my streamer account. This is the name of my private account, my personal account that I don't share. Unfortunately, it kind of half of the name of my other account is in this name, so much for not sharing it. But yeah, I'm playing the game that is owned by my personal account with my streamer account. So you might find it weird why the streamer account doesn't own it, but is still able to play it. Anyone left here? And today it was fun how I got that trial belt. I was messing around with the game, joking around, saying I'm gonna donate some items to the wood gods, and I dropped 3 unique items. And then shortly after I say my wood sense is tingling, and then bam, the trial belt drops. Just like that. Would have been funny if I just died and got ported to the town after dropping the belt. If it was like 3 quick deaths without being able to pick it up again. Did it equip it, by the way? It didn't. So you should be able, just by using the link, to add me. And after this one I can quickly re-walk maybe, because I'm not sure I'll be able to see you right away. If you are able to see me, you can send me an invite. I think on Steam I would be able to see you, but not in game until I restart the game. And if needed I can restart it, it's not gonna be that difficult. It's gonna be one extra walled up. Okay, I finally got unstuck. I was stuck there in that rock, I couldn't move. You tried adding in-game. It's probably not gonna happen until I go into the menu though. And make sure you're using small letters, don't use capitals if you're trying to add me in-game. You can write your tag, by the way. Feel free to write your tag and I can add you. Unless you don't want to. If you don't want to add your tag, don't worry. But you're still gonna be able to see your tag if you're teamed up. So if you wanna protect the tag, that's gonna be a bit different and a bit difficult. Because I'm gonna see the friend request and see the thing on screen. Let's check this. Sapphire Ember. Seven to 12, not too bad. Oh, you're done. Okay. So yours is kind of similar to your Twitch. Nice. Let's add it. Add friends. And then I can even invite you into the game. So I can invite you into the game without needing to restart or anything. Well, we're gonna have a lot of stuff to give you at least. So let me know if you're joining in. I think you are. I think you're loading up. Yeah, joining a game session. Okay, I'm gonna grab the rings from the warehouse for you. I'm gonna grab the good ones. And you're gonna let me know if there's anything else you need from the wood here. If you're going for melee, you might wanna try some things like Ryger's Hope or whatever. But yeah, let me know which other items you might want. Like any unique that you don't have, I'd rather give you the unique as a copy, so you can have it, and you can test making some stuff with it. Things that are pretty good to have are the boots, the Udelius March boots. And let's see the best one I've got. They're all 13% damage, movement speed. I think this is the best one from the pairs I've got. Then another thing that's good to test maybe is Rygar's Hope. It's a very good starter weapon, together with some amber gems. Oh, you're using a turret. Good dagger, good dagger, good dagger. I'm not sure I've got one. I mean, I've got one that I'm using myself, and it's this one. And then I think I've got another one. Pistol also works, by the way. For turrets, pistol also works. But if you want melee and turret, then definitely a dagger is what you need. Dagger, dagger. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna have a good one. I have the unique daggers if you want them, but they're not gonna do much. Okay, let's give you the rings. The boots are good if you don't have them. They're definitely gonna give you some good stuff. This is also not a bad one to use every now and then. Just take that stuff, I guess. Take this one as well. You never know what you're gonna be using. And another thing that I think, if you decide to switch to a melee weapon with physical damage, I wanna give you something, and it's a Rygar's Hope. It's a good starter item. For starting, it's very good if you wanna do some for speed farming with spin to win. With my material damage setup, you can easily do some good stuff with a good Rygar's Hope. And for the turret setup, you probably wanna test James Telltale until you get rage-based helmet. And if you want a rage-based helmet, I can actually hook you up with one as well. I don't think I've got a rage-based chest. Can hook you up with some. This one gives you 12 ferocity, it's pretty nice. 12 ferocity, 2 sockets. Not sure what type of damage you're using, but if you're using cuckoo damage, this is a very decent yellow item. I've been using it until just recently. So for a yellow it's good, and then another one that's good is this one for material damage. And then I can try and check in some belts. But Umali's belt is nice. If you don't have an Umali belt, I can try and give you one. Umali's Wiki belt with 48% magic find, 24 to all attributes. Okay, I think this would be good enough. Now I've got room to put some stuff myself.
Life support systems repaired.
Thank you for the sub, dude. Really, really appreciate it. Much respect, man. And yeah, Deadpool's Army, welcome back, dude. Welcome back, Deadpool's Army. And you should have seen me getting the trial belt today, man. It was kind of like you, sacrificing some items to the wood gods and then getting the trial belt. It is the way. It is the way to get certain rare items. I sacrificed 3 items to the wood gods. such such amazing way of getting it. I need to go and clip it later, but definitely fun. So, oh, you have an anomaly. Okay. DK Rack, thank you for the follow. And yeah, DK Rack, the short answer would be yes, it is worth buying. And the difference is that this game is implementing things from Diablo 1, combining them with things from Diablo 2, combining them with certain elements from Diablo 3, and it also is inheriting to a certain way certain things from Path of Exile. So currently you have a socketing system from Diablo 2, similar to the Diablo 2 socketing system, but no runes. And if you wanna see about what this would evolve into, you might wanna read this article. This article provides you information, no, not this article, pardon me, that's the wrong one. But you might wanna read that one too. This is the one that says crafting in Wolcen. You might wanna read that when you have time to see what the crafting would be. It's kind of combining Diablo type socketing system, boosting it up, and adding some sort of regent crafting similar to the one we have in Path of Exile to end up giving a nice system. How it works, some of the basics, I'm gonna try in 2 minutes to tell you some of the basics. So the basics are you have skills, and currently we have 20, then we're gonna have 40 when the game launches. Uh, you find the skills by drops. You find the skills by drops which look like this. So it can be from monster drops, elites, etc. It doesn't matter. Anyone can drop this. Or you can buy them from this NPC. And then you learn the skills by clicking on them. And if you already know it, it tells you that you do, and then you can set it for affinity. And affinity is used to either level up skills or to do certain content, certain endgame content as a fee. So that's some of the basics. And oh, skill modifiers. The maximum level of a skill would be 90. Currently it's 20, but the maximum level would be 90. The maximum modifier points are currently 20, but you would have 10, and you would have minor. Just let me quickly give you the correct terms. You would have minor, medium, and major modifier. So minor modifier costs 1, medium modifier costs 2, major modifier costs 3 modifier points. There's some more things that I wanna give as information. There you go. So yeah, first modifier point unlock at 5 and blah blah blah. And yeah, you're gonna be reaching the maximum, like unlocking all the modifiers at skill level 47, and your character reaches 10 modifiers, the maximum modifier points, at level 59. And I think the game is really worth it because it's unique in its own way. It's providing a unique experience. It's not Diablo 3, but it's not Path of Exile either. And it's not Diablo 2 either. It's not Grim Dawn, but it has a little bit of everywhere. A little bit of all those things inside it. So it's fun. It definitely is fun. And don't go there. Yeah, dude, have fun farming with the gear and enjoy it. I'm gonna do a little bit more farming. And if anyone wants to farm together and join me, if anyone wants some items, hit me up. And also, further to answer your question, Drak, or drag. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but let's say drag. Further to answer your question, if you buy the game now, you're saving money before the game launches. If you buy it on the 13th of February, when the game launches, or after that date, it will cost €10 more. It will cost €10 or $15 depending on your region. So for EU region, it's €10 more expensive once it launches. For the exact same content, exact same stuff, that you're getting. So yeah, at the moment you're only getting access to the beta, but when it launches, it will give you access to the full game for a cheaper price. So that's something to consider. But I'm gonna show you some combat so you can decide whether the game looks fun to you, because one of the best things about this game is the combat. It's just so good in regards to speed, fast-paced, visceral combat with smooth, crisp skill animations. You can see this is a melee class. You have a spin to win setup here in front of you, so this is something that a lot of people enjoy. And normally in games, spin to win is not the meta skill that would allow you to push the strongest content, and that's how it is here as well. It's not the meta, it's not gonna allow you to push champion 9, but it's gonna allow you to do some very fast farming. So it's pretty good as a starter setup to do some initial farming. And I can show you some other things if you wanna see some spells, if you wanna see some rogue skills. I can show you that too, without changing too much in the build right now, because I'm doing an easy type of content, so I don't need to change too much. For example, from the melee archetype, because you don't have fixed classes in the game. Something very important to know in the game is you do not have fixed classes. The classes are decided on how you spend your passives. So you have archetypes, like here you have Soldier, Sentinel, Scholar, Kabbalist, Warlock, Warmonger, and Praetorian, and Ranger and Assassin. So depending on which places you spend your skills, you get different classes, and you can rotate those things to connect them differently. But the main thing is, as long as everything is connected, you're gonna get the bonus. This one is now not connected, so I'm not gonna get the bonus until I shift things up a little. And now everything's connected, so everything gives me the bonuses that I do have here. So it's not your typical ARPG, but it's so much fun. So if you have any more questions, don't be afraid to ask them, even if they might sound very new questions. So there's gonna be some interesting crafting, as I mentioned. Interesting crafting, interesting skill system, and we're gonna have more passives. You only saw two passive skill trees, two passive skill tree rings. So that's how it's separated into rings. So we have 3 plus 6, and we're gonna have another 12 archetypes on launch. So that's gonna be more than twice the amount of passive nodes. And yeah, we are gonna have 90 passive points, I think, to spend. So that's gonna be fun. Just the amount of builds we can make when the game launches would be exponentially higher than now. I think currently the amount of builds we can make is limited, but once once the game launches, we're gonna probably have 10-15 times more different builds that we can make as a possibility. Yes, you can change builds extremely easily, and yes, you do start with the same character with one small difference. You only pick the starting items. So you pick whether you want to start with mage items, whether you want to start with rogue items or with warrior soldier items. And based on that, you just start with some starting skills. So everyone can learn every skill and everyone can respec for some cheap amount of money. So the attributes you can respec with 100 times your level in gold. So for level 20 it's 2000, for level 90, which would be the limit, it's 9000 gold. And 9000 gold is extremely easy to find. You can see one level 20 item costs 600 or 300, so it's gonna be super easy to respec your attributes, and you can do that in the town. The same goes for the affinity. You saw me earlier for the exact same price here selling a skill book. So this is also based on your level. The higher your level, the more. So it costs 2000 affinity, but it's gonna cost 9000 to a max level character if they keep the same formula. And another thing to keep in mind is those skill books. Also, you can sell them to the NPC for more if you're higher level. So the higher your level, the more you can get for skill book. So the way I assume it would be, one skill book would always be equal to the price of resetting your passives. So once we hit level 90, we would be able to sell skill books, which are called Eneracts, for 9000 affinity on launch. And there's a lot to take in, so it might be a bit overwhelming for a new player, but if you take it slowly and enjoy the game bit by bit, you're gonna have fun. Currently the game only has one act, but on launch we're gonna have 3 times the story. We're gonna have 3 acts. And if you saw the links I posted, one of the links shows you how the current socketing system is changing. Currently each gem has 3 stats that it can give us depending on what socket slot it's in. But that's gonna be 3 times as much. It's gonna be giving 9 different types of stats. I can demonstrate it again after I kill those enemies. So I think you can see in a moment on my screen, on your screen, this one. This is an example of a gem after the patch, after the update. So you can see it has 3 different types of offensive, 3 different types of defensive, and 3 different types of support stats. And it's always fixed. It's always gonna give those stats, regardless whether it's the one you got or not. Like at the moment, there's differences. Like this one is 8% material damage. This one is 10. Well, when the game launches, it's always gonna be the exact same stats that you get. Of course, there's gonna be tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, etc. Probably up to tier 6 or 7 or whatever. And that would mean there's gonna be better stats. And that's okay. But if it's the 2 same tier 2 items, tier 2 gems, it's always gonna give you the exact same ones. Unlike right now when we have fluctuation. And currently you have sockets that are, this one has 3 offensive sockets, this one has a support socket. You can see here it says support, but when the game launches it's gonna be a bit different. You can see this item has 3 defensive sockets, but not all of them are the same. 2 of them are defensive 1 and 1 of them is defensive 2. So you're gonna be able to kind of get different stats based on the sockets, and it rolls completely randomly. So of course it's locked. This item can only have offensive sockets. So when the game launches, weapons would be able to roll between offensive 1, 2 and 3 as a socket. Armors can only drop defensive, helmets defensive, legs defensive. Offhands and shields can drop defensive or support. Rings, amulets can drop support. That's just an example of the various different socketing you can do. And this is an important part of the build, what gems you use. And now it's gonna be even more important knowing that we're gonna have 3 times as many stats that we can get from gems. You're gonna be able to reroll the stats on items by consuming the socketed gems. So if you socket Wife Leech gems in an item, you can either get a new modifier that would be Wife Leech, with higher chance of getting Wife Leech, or you can do something different. If you have Wife Leech on your item and you want to reroll all the other stats but keep the Wife Leech, you do that. You socket Wife Leech gems, and that would mean that there's gonna be a higher chance to preserve any Wife Leech on the item and lose all the other stats and reroll them completely. There's also another option that allows you to change one affix, one stat on an item and replace it with a new one. And there again, based on what gems you have socketed, you're gonna be able to get different results. So it's a lot to take in, but once you understand it, it's gonna feel like riding a bicycle. It's just not that difficult. You just gotta get how it works once. And just like riding a bicycle, to some it might feel a bit like of a difficult task at the start to get the hang of it, but once you do, it's gonna seem trivial. It's definitely a very straightforward system that allows you some control to the RNG. Where it comes to Auction House, they actually asked on the Discord channel the other day whether there will be an auction house. And what the developer said, if there will be an auction house, it will definitely be only for online mode characters. For online only characters, and there's actually on the travel board an archived card. So they were thinking of adding an auction house where we would be able to list items. Only for gold, not real money, only for in-game gold. That's an important thing to keep in mind. So currently we only have trading. We only have Path of Exile style trading, where you click on the portrait of your teammate and then you give them an item, and then they give you an item or give you money or give you skill point affinity, or just give it for free depending. So you can just exchange items that way. But it's gonna be nice to add an auction house, so you can list an item and log off, and then once you return, the item has been sold. And they've actually thought about it some years ago. I think it was created long ago, and one of the moderators actually on the Discord channel yesterday said that this card was archived 4 months ago. So probably they might end up adding it after launch. Probably it wasn't a priority right now to add it, and they decided to focus on the more important things, the core features. But hopefully they do decide to return back to the development process of an auction house. It would fit right into this community. And yeah, there's so much freedom in this game that is just amazing. So much freedom on whether you want to play with multiple characters and power level your outs and keep each build on a separate character, or whether you want to just do complete respec every time and change your builds on the same character. Each is a viable option because there is power leveling. Once you complete the story mode once, you can select the end game mode called Soldier of Fortune, and then you can power level any new character through that. The same way in Diablo 3. Well, the auction house is not gonna be disaster like Diablo 3 because they already specified that there's not gonna be real money trading if they decide to add it. For now it's not coming. It's not coming yet. It's far from... They probably haven't even started developing the auction house because it wasn't a priority. So for all we know, it's probably not gonna come for another half a year or so, because it's not something that you develop that easily. We'll see. I mean, I'm gonna be happy if they add it, and since they know what the community wants. They're a company that is listening to us through all the steps of the development. I think this game has gotten so much feedback over the years from players in how to improve it, that they know if you don't listen to the community, for an indie company it's not good. Blizzard can offer, can not offer, but can afford to not listen to the community, because their games sell even if they are bad. Even if a Blizzard game is bad, it's gonna make a ton of sales on day one, because it's a Blizzard game. That's why they thought they could get away with ruining Diablo 3 for the people on launch. But an indie company like Wolcen Studio cannot afford to do that. They have to listen to the community, and they know it. They're not a big corporation that only cares about money. They're making a game that themselves can be proud with and the community can be happy to play. And I think that's good. And Diablo 4 at the moment is Blizzard's way of trying to fix things, because they screwed up big time on BlizzCon, not this year but the year before, when they said don't you all have mobile phones and everything. So they knew the community was mad and they needed something good to make them happy. So at the moment Diablo 4 is kind of turning out to be everything the Diablo 4 community wanted. Which could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing, because it means there won't be many innovations. But there's gonna be a lot of Diablo 2 features. Even the rune words would be returning to a certain extent in Diablo 4, but Diablo 4 probably won't see launch until 2022. Maybe open beta or public beta in 2021 winter. Earliest. So yeah. Until Diablo 4 launches, I think the majority of the ARPG fans who enjoy Diablo 2 and who enjoyed games like Path of Exile and Grim Dawn would have fun in this game. And as I've said a few days ago, Path of Exile players who enjoy the trading aspect of the game and who enjoy being the Monopoly player who just, instead of playing and killing bosses, is trading items all day long, maybe they wouldn't enjoy this game that much. But who knows, who knows. I can't tell what another person would enjoy for sure, but I can tell that I do enjoy this game, and I do think the majority of the RPG players would have fun testing it, and they might feel at home playing that game. And there's a lot of variety of builds. What makes or breaks a game like this is how much variety it has for the end game content and for the builds. Because people get bored playing the same build over and over again. It's a proven thing that staleness ends up with people quitting. And as long as they keep the fresh content coming, under the form of maybe new items that are not too overpowered to the old ones. You don't want power creep, where the new gear replaces the old one and the old one ends up being useless. You don't want things like this. That's one of the things Path of Exile kind of failed at. They made sure that so many of the old legendary items, unique items, were complete trash compared to the new ones. So I hope Wolcen Studio learns that from the mistakes of their competitors, that adding new items does not mean make them better than the old ones. It just means make them provide a different playstyle. It means that adding a new item should open opportunities for new builds, not replace the old ones. You don't want to end up with 950 unique items, of which 90% are probably not used in a single build. So hopefully they would know this. What's happening here? Let's see. Yeah, I don't want that. But yeah, people enjoy new content like expansions with new story, paid expansions with good story, the same way Diablo 2 did with World of Destruction, is a good thing, as long as the price is justified for the content we are getting. New classes won't be a thing for this game. New passives might be a thing. Who knows? Maybe eventually, after a year or so after the launch, they might add a fourth passive ring. But probably a fourth ring of the passive tree would be a bit too much. But maybe adding a little note or two every now and then on the skill tree. Let's say maybe adding a note here or a note there. Something like that won't be bad. I don't care that I'm dying, don't worry about that. And yeah, we'll see. But I think that the best content for an ARPG game to add post-launch would be eventually adding new types of endgame content like survival modes, maybe push the payload or defend the payload, things like that, that would provide different rewards, different experience, and still keep the spirit of the game intact. And new items that, as I said, are not better than the old ones, just providing opportunities for new builds, new synergies between skills and items. This would be something that I wouldn't mind seeing. New skills as well. New skills would always be welcome as content by me. 40 skills on launch is a huge number, knowing that each skill would have 16 modifiers. And adding new skills and new modifiers would also be fun thing as content to add some more value to the game post-launch. And that's just my opinion. Of course, it probably won't be the same as many other people's opinions, but this is what I think wouldn't break the game. Also, adding cosmetic items for money is a good way of monetizing the game post-launch. I think that's acceptable. It's proven well that people do spend money on cosmetic items that don't in any way affect your gameplay other than visually. So if it's a skin, and a skin that can only be obtained by paying for it, I'm fine with people paying for skins. I've even paid for some things in Path of Exile, like stash tabs. So they're actually gonna increase the number of stash tabs when the game launches. I just don't know the exact number, whether it would be 5 or 6 or 9. We currently have 3 stash tabs that we unlock with gold, and there's definitely gonna be more. I do hope that they do not sell overpowered stash tabs like in Path of Exile though. Stash tabs that are like that make you feel that you're losing if you don't buy them, that you're losing on possibilities. So probably selling extra storage would piss people off. I do know some people were not happy that Path of Exile works in such a way that they're selling storage space in a looter game where hoarding items is the main thing. So skins are probably the okay option, stash tabs might not be. I'd rather get stash tabs for free content, so that people who don't like paying being forced or feeling like they're forced to pay for extra storage space will stop playing the game, because this game deserves a good community. This game deserves a big good community because the developers have put a lot of work into it, and it shows from the things that they're teasing. Even the beta feels pretty smooth to play. I mean, yeah, it's kind of limited. It feels like playing an alpha because it is an alpha technically, because it's lacking all the core features of the game, but that doesn't mean I'm not having fun right now. Different people prefer different things. I prefer to play this game than Path of Exile. I prefer to play this game in better than Diablo 3 as well. So other games that I prefer to play are Torchlight Frontiers, a game in alpha. A bit more on the casual side, but it's still such a fun game, and it's very close to the heart for me because it's the game that made me start streaming and make content, Torchlight Frontiers. So I'm always gonna be returning to it, and I'm always gonna be an ambassador, even if not official one, to the game. And the same goes for this game. I've been playing this game since alpha, since it was called Umbra, I think. Or maybe it was renamed shortly before launching on Steam Early Access, but I do remember getting the game very shortly after it launched on Steam Early Access. And this, by the way, is a very nice one-handed, oh no, it's two-handed sword. Very nice two-handed sword. Very tempting. It doesn't give me wife leech though, but it gives me extra crit chance score. And by the way, crit chance score does not equal crit chance. So you can see the difference here. This I'm gonna show you like that. So this ring, the green one, gives attack speed score, but the other one gives me attack speed. So if I were to do this, look at my attack speed. It's 30.2%. If I were to do this, it's 23.3. So currently another 100-ish% attack speed score gives me roughly like 7. But if I do this, bam, minus 3%, bam, minus 30% attack speed score. So definitely things to keep in mind. What else might I wanna say? I mean, I'm trying to cover randomly out of the blue different topics for people who might be new and know nothing about the game, want to know more about it. Trying to provide you with info, but feel free to ask more questions. I'm very happy of the questions you've asked so far. I started explaining one thing, but then I remembered about another thing that was not asked. Then I remembered about another thing, so it's like browsing on the YouTube. On the YouTube random, what's it called, recommended videos or whatever, surfing wave, whatever it's called, surfing the recommended videos wave. From one thing it leads to another and to another. I'm gonna stream for another 20 minutes, by the way, 20-30 minutes from now, because it's 26 past midnight here in my time zone, Eastern European time zone. There's some elites, I'm gonna go and charge into them. And this charging skill is open. By the way, let's show you some different skills. I'm gonna show you some different skills. One of my other favorite skills to use is this one. I'm just a big fan of the sounds, and speaking of sounds, I enjoy a lot of the sounds in the game. One of my favorite sounds is the one on my number 3 skill. And this one I also like how it sounds, like some hammer hitting an anvil. Or more like a hydraulic press or whatever. This also sounds nice. Look at those shockwave sounds. Pretty good sound design. Whomever the sound designer is, good job, dude. It's it's not an easy task to make so many skills with such good befitting sounds. Okay, let's show another item. Just a moment, I'm gonna drop, let's drop the 8%, it's a crap one. And easy way to store items, you can store items, you can store gems inside items. Material damage and toughness. Oh, this is, but it doesn't give me rage, it doesn't give me the rage and willpower cost reduction, but I think my damage would jump. I'm losing 7 ferocity, but I'm getting 14 toughness. But I'm losing 5 damage and another 5 ferocity. Let's see. 5745, 5833. I'm losing just a little bit, but the toughness is nice because that's extra resistances. And this game has different types of armor. Thank you for the follow, Asian Eric. Welcome to the Struck Club. Enjoy your stay. And another thing many people might not know is what are those material, elemental, occult damages. Material basically is physical, rent and toxic. Elemental is fire, frost and lightning, and occult is sacred, shadow and aether. And when it comes to armors, there's 4 different types. There's force shield items, then there's all resistance items, and then there's hybrids that give you one of those together with a little bit of HP. This is health and all resistance as a bruiser, and I want to show you rogue armor if I've got it. This one, health and force shield. So there's 4 different types of armors that decide what you're gonna be getting. And resistances are great because they're like damage reduction. The more resistance you have, the less damage you take from different types. And on the harder difficulties at the moment, the game kind of feels like everyone needs to be playing all resistance items, and I think they need to change some stuff. I mean, HP builds are good as well. If you go for full HP, it's also gonna be fine for the harder difficulties. But force shield probably needs something like something that gives it, maybe makes it take less damage from damage over time, and maybe it makes it take less damage from spells. That would be nice. Then when you're playing a force shield build, you would be weak against melee enemies, but strong against ones that deal magical and like occult elemental damage. That would fit very well. That's my suggestion on how to make force shield a bit more viable, or a big or adding items that convert health into force shield and reserve all your health and turn it into force shield and give you only 1 health. Currently we have an armor, which I don't have, that converts all the force shield into health. But we don't have the opposite, and I think the opposite would be very useful for people in the game. It would be amazing. Another skill I want to show you is Bleeding Edge from the melee skills. Although I'm not using the best one. I want to show you another one that spins faster. So you can modify this. This is only 8% crit chance more. So now I'm leaving it on the ground. Earlier you saw it spinning around me and I can move. And it can move with me. But with this I'm just leaving it on the ground. And since it spins faster, that means it's doing the damage faster. So you can see one skill changing completely. Like my number one skill, for example, normally is skill with a long cooldown, but I change it to not have cooldown and use my stamina points. Stamina points are used when physical dodge rolling. You can have an actual dodge roll in the game and avoid attacks, and with the way I've modified my number one skill, you can see it consumes those points. So I'm using it as a replacement to my dodge roll. Oh wow, okay. And if EA Games were the ones making and publishing this game, you would have to pay money to resurrect probably. Be happy that it's a small indie studio that's making this game, not someone like EA Games. You do not want pay to resurrect. This belongs only in mobile games, the pay to continue. Cheat, no, no. I'm gonna get killed. Yeah, I'm gonna change back to my spin to win, cause with this one I'm not as mobile. There's just a delay, there's a big delay between me moving and casting the axe, and sometimes I just can't do it. But yeah, I wanted to show some different skills, I didn't want to show you just one. Another one that probably shouldn't be used right now is this one. But it's a bit on the underpowered side. So this is the skill. It consumes too much rage to be worth using. It just consumes so much rage, and in order to make it viable, for this rage consumption you need to spend a lot of points in rage reduction, rage cost reduction. So let's go back to spinning and winning. Spinning and winning with the Blade Storm. Okay. Masterwork, what is it? Sabatons? No, Stompers. Still boots though. The all resistance boots. Okay. And this annoying sound that you're hearing is from my belt applying a curse on them. It curses them to take more damage. Oh, and I want to show you something with this curse belt. I forgot that I want to be using the curse here, so that it would apply some special effects and take effect. Okay, this upstick, we're sacrificing this one to the wood gods, we're not gonna take it. The one problem I have now is this skill cannot be used, so all the modifiers here, this is the skill that my belt casts on the enemies. So if I had like a dagger, for example, when when this skill triggers, it would be able to trigger this explosion, it would be able to trigger this marked enemies are slower and marked enemies are vulnerable, more vulnerable. Together with this, them taking increased crit damage. But at the moment that's not gonna happen, it's just applying a basic version of the skill because I don't have the item. I wanna test it. Do I have a dagger? Or a pistol? No, I don't. There we go, dagger. We got a dagger. I'm gonna try and see if I can trigger this explosion and this swelling. So they're supposed to explode now when they die. Yes, they do. They do. And the swelling is getting applied to them. And when they're swelled, my build currently makes me do more damage to enemies with impaired movement. So if I were to have the ability to use this skill on my two-hander, that's gonna be some good damage boost for me. And you can get items that give you access to skills that those items normally don't use. And this is something I didn't mention. Based on what items you are using, you have access to different skills. So daggers and pistols. So this is with melee weapons, regardless whether it's a dagger, an axe, two-handed axe, mace, etc. If it's a melee weapon, you're gonna be able to use those skills. This is only pistols and bows. This is staffs and catalysts. Catalysts are like focus items for the mages, and this is daggers, bows, and pistols for those things. Okay, what else can I say? Yeah, let's return back to my other setup. I want the tracker's reach. Oh, okay. Kind of, yeah, did not see those. And as I was saying, some items can give you access to certain skills, but those are only achievable from a certain game mode. A certain game mode which is a modification to the game mode I'm doing right now, this end game rifting. You change it to a certain state that you only do one map, one rift, instead of doing 6 in a row. But you don't get drops from the enemies in this mode. The only drops you get are from chests and at the end from the boss who is guarding a chest. So once you complete the final boss, you get scored based on your performance, based on how many times you and your teammates have died. If you haven't died a single time, if no one has died a single time, the team gets S+ rank, which is the best, and which is gonna give you something like, I'm gonna quickly show you, just give me a moment to get rid of the ghosts. You get something like, where did it go? You get something like this: a screen, a reward screen, that shows you your rank. It gives you up to 5 items, which can be legendary, but it could be yellow, it could even be blue. And together with this you get wood from the chest at the end as well. So the items in this mode, the Wrath of Saricel mode, can give you certain stats that normal items can't, like this 9% damage per 100% unspent rage points. Kimeri, welcome to the Struck Club, thank you for the follow, dude. I do appreciate it. Guys, this is gonna be probably the last map. We'll see. Either this or one more, depending which one is the last of the consecutive 6. It's 43 past midnight here, and it's getting a bit late for me to keep talking at this hour, but there will be more tomorrow. I will be doing a little bit of Chaos Bane, and then after that Wolcen tomorrow. So if anyone is interested about Chaos Bane, which cannot compare with the launch version of Wolcen once it launches, but it's still an okay fun game, just suffers from bad itemization unfortunately and bad balancing. And I'm not talking about this game, I'm talking about Warhammer Chaos Bane, another similar game. Similar but yet so different. So tomorrow I will be playing that, a bit of Chaos Bane, then a bit of Wolcen after that. Probably 2-3 hours Chaos Bane and the rest Wolcen. I need to kill some more enemies to get the boss unlocked. And the boss is unlocked, let's move. I'm gonna get this damage, I wanna test how much damage I can do with this one. So while this one is active, let's do this and... Well, one more map I think until this is over. Oh, this is gonna be a troublesome elite. He has spin to win and he has more damage than my wife Leech can handle from his spin to win. Thankfully he didn't switch into it. I wish I could get that armor. The armor with, what's it called, with conversion of force shield for health, because I want to make a shadow damage build with this skill, Slayer's Fury, with a ton of Wife Leech, big attack speed bonuses, and a lot of HP. This is what I want to make. Unfortunately, I'm missing that one item. Actually, I'm missing two items, but I can live without the other one. I want a second one of those gauntlets, and I want that that armor that converts my force shield into HP. The multiplayer is kind of you team up from people from your friends list. There's no guilds. There is also public matchmaking, but the way it works now in the beta, the public matchmaking only teams you up with people who are looking for matches at the same time. So let's say me and my friend and another dude start looking for a match at midnight at 0000, and another person again looks for people at 0000, we're gonna be put into the same match if you're from the same region. But let's say someone starts looking for a match after me and my friend and another person have been put into the game, and the other person, the fourth person, starts looking after we're already doing maps. The chances of him joining us don't seem to be there. I've never seen people joining a game that's already started unless they have been invited by the host or by another person. So you can still invite people, but I think there's gonna be improvements. As for the question by Kimiri, rerolling the number of sockets on an item can be done later, not now. So don't worry about it now. The game would wipe all the items. All the items would be wiped. You might want to read more about it here, about rerolling and crafting. No, that's not the link. My bad. Wrong link. But you might want to read that link as well. So the second link is about crafting, and they're saying shit, my bad. Just a second. I did something I should not have. I maximized my restream chat. Now I need to resize it. So there's gonna be re-rolling of the sockets on an item from the jeweler, from the guy in the town that allows you to do some things with the sockets at the moment. Not at the moment, but when the game launches. So keep in mind about this. Keep in mind about this. Currently there is multiplayer though, up to 4 people, but yeah, as I said, it's a bit difficult for the pick-me-up matchmaking, for the random matchmaking to team you up with people. Every now and then I do get placed with randoms in the team when I start queuing up, but you really need to be lucky to be queuing up at the same time the other person is. Hope there would be improvements to this though. I would like to see Diablo 3 style matchmaking improvements, or even Warhammer Chaos Bane has a bit better, more social matchmaking. Not sure which way the right way would be, maybe this way? There's the spin to winner that I told you about, that my wife reach does not do as much as his damage sometimes. And to new players, tomorrow, if you catch me tomorrow, I can give you some items. Even now, after my stream is over, I can probably add you and give you some items if you're a new player. But in 4 days, the servers would close down for 2 weeks maintenance ahead of the launch. So the online only characters would be lost. If you're just a new player, you can either start offline only character, so you would be able to play offline until the 13th of February, until the launch, or you can start an online only character, get some items from someone who has some loot to give away like me, play for 4 days or so with that loot, and then once the servers close, start anew with an offline only character. Hitting the max level at the moment and completing the story only takes a few hours, 5-6 hours or so. So it's not that difficult. Let's say 5-6 hours per act. So on launch 15 hours probably would be enough to complete the story and to move on to end game leveling for the final 30 or so levels. So okay, let's finish this map up, and then I'm gonna end the stream, because it's almost 1 in the morning here. Just need to find out where the boss is. I think it's this way. Yeah. Hey, Jet Acid Rapper, welcome to my mixer, dude. Nice to see you. Hope you're enjoying your stay, and keep in mind that that's probably my final map, unfortunately. But there will be more tomorrow. I do promise there will be more tomorrow. A bit of Wolcen, a bit of Warhammer Chaos Bane, and then a bit of Wolcen, kind of twice as much maybe. Thank you for the 100 sparks, dude. Thank you for the sparks. Really appreciate it. If you do have any questions, you have a few more minutes before I finish this map, before I kill the boss. So feel free to ask anything. and tomorrow definitely would be some more Wolcen for everyone to enjoy. Where is the boss? It's somewhere here. Oh, I got stuck. And we got him. Okay, that was the final map of the day. Good map. But yeah, thanks folks, thanks indeed. I'm happy for today being able to chat with so many of you. And thanks for being here and watching. Again, more tomorrow. Thanks for everything, for the follows, for the subs, for just being here in general. Keep it cool. Lots of love and respect, and until next time. Goodbye.